All right, time to resume our victory lap. We saw some choice scenes from Akiyama's segment, just as a review, and now we're heading into Saijima's. This scene's pretty good. Get that little we're basically just watching all the wholesome scenes because
Oh, Yodai. Oh,
gotta enjoy the victory lap when they had it nice.
いやー、それにしても暑いな。
No, Majima.
まだ4月やっちゅうのになんやねんなこの暑さは。なんや30度もあるらしいわ。ほんまこの国がぶっ壊れとんのとちゃうが。
This is the most Majima outside of briefly seeing him get arrested.
環境破壊っちやっちゃ。お、自分ちょっと頭良さそうやん。当たり前や。オゾンがどうこう言うてたわ。誰がや。うちの親父が。島の藩が。なんや世の中の流行は環境問題らしいで。これからうちらの業界も環境に気ぃ使わんといかんらしい。はあ、アホらしい。
All right. And then they move on to the hit. A hit on 1985 on the Ueno Seiwa clan with the rubber bullets and Katsuragi's plotting in collusion with Sukiuchi. And then now we're in the prison. Okinawa Penitentiary 2. It gets moved after 25 years of prison. Death row. Hamazaki shows his face. And then we get a warm welcome at Okinawa Penitentiary number 2. How's this run gonna be? It's just a victory lap. Or the last thing we have to do is beat the game on Legendary. That's what we're doing. Enjoy some of the cutscenes I want to re-watch. Remind myself, review all the MSQ stuff.
あんた、本当に冴島なのか？本当にあの冴島大河なのかって聞いてんだよ。
I'm at 120 hours ish.
せやったらなんやねん。
UA no Seiwa clan members remember Saejima that serves as a tutorial fight. We gotta monitor how much damage he actually takes from trading. We can't complete the tutorials because these guys just die beforehand, so we just skip. Oh yeah? Going for it. The sub-stories in this game, I'm gonna end up when these games finish, when I do the completion run, which is today. One of the comments that I had when I'm reflecting on the days that I played this game is you have to remember that it's a PlayStation 3 game, right? Back in that era. So whatever the content, like the running length and the assets and stuff are limited by the platform back then and the scope and production. So this game is the first time they featured multi-characters, and the sub-stories and the way they had to do it was like, it was super lean. So like all the sub-stories and stuff, you get one of each thing. You don't get like in Yakuza 3 where you get a lot of some things and a lot more of other things, and you kind of feel like they're kind of blurring together. But when it comes to the sub-stories in Yakuza 4, there are a lot of things that didn't make the cut. It's pretty apparent that so many things did not make the cut because they jammed so much into it. And Yakuza 5 goes even further than that in every way, and we're still working on that though. We're on our completion, our sub story stuff now in Yakuza 5, and we're probably gonna start MSQ on Yakuza 6 soon. Oh, and by the way, just as a interesting thing, the not E3 is happening, and one of the people that know me shared with me that they just dropped the Yakuza, or it's called Like a Dragon now. Like a Dragon Gaiden. The man who erased his name. A gameplay trailer and a somewhat of a story trailer of the new Like a Dragon game that's available in November. Yeah, November 9th. I think I can make it there. I'm pretty sure I can make it there, and I'm probably gonna pre-order it. Yeah. Gaiden, I'm probably gonna pre-order it. It's been 3 months, so I'm a little over 3 months and 3 days, which allowed me to complete Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, Yakuza 3, and 4. So by that time, I do anticipate to be at least up to uh the end of the Kiryu saga, and maybe even playing Yakuza Like a Dragon, which is Like a Dragon 7. Um, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm really excited, and they got a callback. Like in that trailer, they totally called back Osaka Castle, so we know Sotenbori. We're heading back to Sotenbori, Osaka. Yeah, and I still need to play the Judgment games, but I'm basically waiting for the summer sale for the Judgment games. If it lines up properly, I'll end up picking up Judgment, Lost Judgment, and the Kaito files before that happens. And probably not Like a Dragon Ishen yet, because it just came out and budget's kind of tight these days. Alright, so we kick their butts. We meet up with his torture scene, and Saejima gets this gigantic bombshell that everything he's done basically amounted to nothing. Or nothing that he desired. He wanted to do the hit to help the Sasai family, climb to the Tojo clan, outcompete Shibata, but instead it did the opposite. Sasai takes the fall. He gets phased out of obscurity by none other than Shibata family rising the ranks, and Hamasaki is the one that breaks it to him, unfortunately. And then now they're plotting together for the prison break after breaking some really this conversation is really great, but we're gonna, in the interest of time. What's wrong with Saijima's back? You mean because he got stabbed and tortured and stuff? Alright, we get to the prison yard. He got like stabbed a couple times and whatnot, but... And then more revelations about basically his 25 years. Oh, the model was a bit weird? Yeah, it happens. In-game models, especially when shirts are off, they usually use texturing of the shirts to make it be a little bit more loose, but when the shirts come off, rounded edges aren't as great. So you'll see that in also the scene when Saejima finally meets Majima again in Yakuza 4, when they're sitting on the ground in the batting cages and both their shirts are off. Majima's abdomen and stuff, they don't bend quite. The rigging is like not as, yeah. So it's a limitation of how when they remastered this, they didn't rework the engine, right? It's just you're cleverly, more or less in films terms, what I would call it is equivalent of like rotoscoping your characters back onto it. You're like trying to fit as much as that. And yeah, especially when you have to be really tight on like the muscle ones. When it comes to clothing texture, right? They can just extend beyond the old model. So it could clip a little, but the clothing would ultimately keep its shape. But when it's like really contoured and stuck to the body, like when they're bending and stuff without their shirts, you can definitely see slight that they just had to bend it and curve the stuff. It's like, oh, fair enough. It's the limitations of remastering, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah, agreed. Mm-hmm. Uh, Yakuza 5's remastered lighting, though. I don't know if they remastered the lighting, but it's really good. It is an incredible leap forward on the same engine. And we have to remind ourselves, this engine is still the same engine that made Yakuza 0. So like the engine that they use here is still the same one that led to Yakuza 0. Now we have to go to Kamiyama, get our grappling hook. Yeah. And we have to remember also that yes, or it came after 5, as in the vanilla 5. All of these came after 0. So all the retexturing and remastering came after 0. But the base 5, Yakuza 5 itself, the base engine that they used for all the stuff came after. So they got really great at creating models and put it on top. Yes. Yes. So all the remasters were done post PS3 era. So they had great use of high definition textures and stuff. So it's still above the fidelity of the PS3, but all like the rigging, like how their face can move and stuff, it's very limited because of PS3 era stuff. Also we have to remember that all this lighting stuff, they can't really redo this cleverly, but this era do not have real-time reflections or light sources. It's only post, like, I would say for consoles, it's like post PS4 era, like the last 10 years or so, where you actually have real-time reflections, because it's really demanding, like real-time shadow occlusions and whatnot. It's difficult. So the only real-time shadow stuff is your character model. So your rigging is an object, but anything that's static, like this ground, this object casting this shadow, oftentimes when you have light sources and stuff, someone went in and placed those light sources like manually. So, but nowadays, even Dragon Engine, I'm pretty sure, when it comes to like moving around the house, like the cities and stuff, when they're making the game, many of the shadows, reflections, and light sources are interacting with even more surfaces and stuff because of automated processes in their Dragon Engine. I like to believe their Dragon Engine is post the whole surface scattering and like all the light interaction years. Obviously, the gold standard now is Unreal 5 when it comes to that stuff. Sega is not the Sega publishing group is not a one thing's worth noting, is not a stranger to Unreal 5 because the Sonic team uses Unreal 5. Yeah, the clothing. So yeah, there's occlusion in the folds. like this type of texturing in this game, they had to, it's an artist's interpretation of the folds, and then they added, they the texture is using color shifts from their light sources. So they had to put in those folds and then have like kind of guesstimate and imitate how the folds interact with light, right? In the newer games, what they can do is they can simulate the clothing. And then so it's like if it's bouncing and scattering and moving, and the engine itself is computationally doing it. So it costs more resources, but it also helps the developers do even more while having to do less of the painstaking things, which is a give or take thing. I really appreciate that there are developers that went through this process to bring a game like this at the time it was. So it's really important to always keep in mind, in my opinion, when I'm thinking about these games, when and what technologies are available when they made this game possible. Because it's an entirely different story now if you were playing, which I'm excited because I'm really close to jumping into the Dragon Engine, post Dragon Engine years, and we can compare. I can compare and contrast how much more they are able to lift, um, transitioning in. But this game, Yakuza 3 is the first time this engine, this graphic engine, was made because it's the PlayStation 3 era. And then from Yakuza 3 to 4 to 5, it's really noticeable as it's maturing. And then to 0, they really like matured and learned the ins and outs of their engine. So for Dragon Engine, it's just as much now. It started with 6, then it went to Kiwami 2, and then the Judgment games. Or actually, yes, the first Judgment game. So Judgment 1, then Yakuza Like a Dragon, and then Lost Judgment. And then Yishen is actually, I think it's I'm pretty sure Yishen, the remake, is like Kiwami 2, where they use the Dragon Engine to try to capture as much feel as the original Yishen as possible. So the rigging and the textures and stuff will look like maybe like Yakuza Zero's approach, like the textures and models, but how the rigging works and how the lighting and stuff works, it's probably just post Dragon Engine stuff. It's really fun following such a long legacy company. Something like Capcom too. Capcom has their RE engine, and they basically moved all their games to the RE engine. It's not every day you hear about RGG, to be fair. I'm glad to, I'm happy to see that even RGG gets a spotlight in the not E3. Yeah, I'm a fan of the RE engine, and it works really efficiently. It's great for PC gamers too. Like, it's super efficient. And to me, the Dragon Engine does well enough that when their games come out, they don't destroy your PCs and run into a lot of technical limitations, because I do not have the luxury and budget to, you know, play a Crytek game or something. Like, I'm not a guy who can fork enough money to play CryEngine stuff. Yeah, fair enough. But lighting is physics. So, I don't know what to tell you about that. Optics, light scattering and shadows and stuff, that's physics. It's optics. Optics is a field of physics. So how light scatters across objects and stuff, and how light bounces and reflects and diffuses, that's physics. So it's part of the physics engine. So um like when the we focus a lot on like things, yeah, but the calculations, right? The calculations is far more demanding for lighting. So yeah, it is great to, in my opinion, it's great to focus on lighting, because if they can nail lighting with modern engines, contact like collision models and hurt boxes and like rag doll effects, they're a lot simpler in my opinion. Like they're less demanding and have tried and true. People have mastered it, right? But getting balance of performance, aesthetics, and the computational needs for proper lighting, it's incredibly more complex. Yeah, yeah. So lighting is, if you ever do, I don't know, you do artwork on the side, but you could do, there's one fundamental to our intuitive nature of our eyes, and it's lighting. So just simply adding shadows and lighting that you can envision, it transforms artwork, which is what we're talking about here, because the physics translate to what we visually see and how it feels natural to us, right? Or aesthetically weird and stuff. And like a Dragon series is very important to capture that. Like the, my favorite one is in Yakuza 0, when he like goes to telephone club and he just pulls the phone off the hook, and then it pauses, stops gaps, and then speeds back up, like, and then the lighting, he's silhouetted, like half his face is like a dragon. Like RGG needs to nail all of that, which is great, because it goes from outrageous bonkers things to incredible scattered ambient effects around his body. So good. It's so good. Like that trailer that I just watched, the Like a Dragon Gaiden. I love the new, like I love the Dragon Engine's particle stuff. So like the heat, I know I'm a little bit. I guess it's kind of fun to watch like the DBZ version, like that they're doing when you're in heat and stuff. But the new ones with the little tiny particles like just swirling around random, dude. The auras are so good. Like Kiwami 2, the, a great example is a heat blade. I call it a heat blade, but it's the photon blade, the not lightsaber. How the particles are floating around when he's just slicing away, dude. Love it. And every time I see the new Dragon Engine, when you're just popping faces, and what's his name in Judgment, the particles, ooh, just whenever you switch and the primary colors just pop, you switch from like it just burst in green and then orange. I even haven't played the Judgment series yet, and it's a great sensory feedback when you're just popping into different colors and the particles are just there. It does have a really blue palette. I agree. When it came to the character, what's surrounding the characters. What I did really like about Kiwami 2, but that's only because that's my only exposure to Dragon Engine, is how the light sources became really warm. Like one of the examples here is Yakuza 4. You go around Kamurocho, it's so black shifted, so it feels dreary, right? Kamurocho is technically a dreary place, but there's no soft places in Kamurocho. Yeah, it's really dark. It's like shifted so dark. But when you hit Yakuza 5, like the cities are dreary, but all of it feels like there's a different palette. Like, oh, now it's really just neutral here, and then suddenly all this is brown and romantic, and the music is there too, and then you go to neutral, it's like, all right, we got the steady Yakuza beats here, and then suddenly you go to Kamurocho, it's like, oh, this is kind of dark, and so it was great. And then Yakuza 0 then refined on that. You had the Sotenbori and the Kamurocho balance where one is neutral and slightly dark shifted and one is brown and warm. Oh, it's great. Even though Yakuza 0 represents like the balance of streamlining and volume, Yakuza 5 is in volume everywhere. Like, freaking Yakuza 5 is so big. And we have to remember that Kiwami 2 had the limitations of Yakuza 2, but the Dragon Engine requires a lot of resources. So, and modern standards kind of encourages streamlining. So to me right now, all my experiences so far, Yakuza 5 is like the old school intense quantity. Like this game is just, it feels overwhelming just to know that you have to, if you go for completion. However, now modern standards are more about quality, so they tend to refine and use a lot of resources to create quality. And without a doubt, I'm probably gonna end up 100%ing Yakuza 6 before 5. However, I would have completed all of Yakuza 5 sub-stories and be working on the completion run. That's what I have been doing. I did MSQ only, then the next MSQ only while doing the sub-story of the previous, chronologically, not technologically. And then we kept staggering over and over again. So right now I'm basically wrapping up Yakuza 4's completion. This is the last day. And then we will be doing sub-stories in Yakuza 5. And then the following day I will be doing the sub-stories in Yakuza 5 while doing the MSQ of Yakuza 6. I got the ball and chain. Now we gotta look at farmer equipment. Actually, I have to go back to him first. Yeah, I think we have to go back to Kamiyama. Anyways, it's great. Wonderful. I like there's so much to talk about, which is great. That's what like so powerful about Legacy. A sense of nostalgia. Yeah, it's rustic. In Yakuza 5, it's similar too. You have Fukuoka, which is a more rustic version of Kamurocho, and it's riverbound, just like Sotenbori. But Sotenbori is also in the game. So is Tsukumino, a Sapporo place, so it gives you the snowy place. And it also has Nagoya. Has 5 cities. Yakuza 5 has 5 cities. I think that's what they were doing. Like, hey, Yakuza 4, what do we do for Yakuza 4? Have 4 characters. What do we do for Yakuza 5? Have 5 characters. And you know what? Let's do one better. Have 5 5 different cities. Okay. Now we get the hoe from this guy. Get the big hoe from this guy. Yeah. I honestly, somewhere in my mind, I really thought there was gonna be like a rice patty version. Like at some point they were gonna throw in like non-city, like the countryside, and just hear that whole like cicada walking around collecting bugs thing at some point, but it hasn't happened yet. The closest thing they had to super country rustic is Okinawa, which is Yakuza 3 so far. And you like... Oh, right, cigarettes. It's this guy. Who gives it... This guy gives us cigarettes because he saw the fight and we're really entertaining. So we get the cigarette, and then we need a lighter. So we take it from the guy in the... we steal the lighter from behind the fence because for whatever reason someone dropped the lighter. Was I grew up watching Doraemon. Fair enough. Yeah, agreed. I watch when in uh the later periods I watched quite a lot of slice of life. It's one of the unique types of entertainment that rarely leaves Japan. Slice of life, like gaming, visual novel, like the whole slice of life thing is still very uniquely Japanese. And all the sub stories and the mini games and Kamurocho part, which is like 80% of these games, to be fair, the 80% of the playtime, um, is the slice of life component that grounds the character, while it contrasts with the over the top, romanticized Yakuza life. So it's kind of great to just have that slice of life bit. Running around town, looking at buildings. Every building, every space means something, even if they're not accessible anymore, because you knew they were once accessible. Just slice of life. It's like watching a show for 15 years. Doraemon would be a great example, or maybe like even something like Shin-chan. Everything means everything. It's gone on for so long. There's so much baggage behind every single word and phrase. What do you mean being a Yakuza isn't just punching and eating takeout every day? Shin-chan? Yeah. Counter to that, I watched I watched quite a bit of Shin-chan, and I didn't watch all of Gintama. Gintama's a great example too. Like, it's an upkeep thing, but on the west side, like, the western side of things, I watch things like Bob's Burger and things that remind me of also the rustic and childhood and country life and quaint life of the United States, which, because I'm multicultural, so I balance between the two, and it really does hit you in that nostalgia stuff. Mom banned me from watching it, but my dad let me. Oh yeah, Shin-chan's adult. It's like main primetime TV kind of thing, like watching Family Guy and Simpsons. All right, let's refocus. Victory lap. All right, so we got the hoe. I think that's all we need, right? And then we put in the hidey hole that only Saejima can lift. This hidey hole in the corner. It is indeed. It is indeed. Japanese humor is something else. All right. Time for our prison break. Wait. Oh. Then we put it in. Okay. We had to talk to Hamazaki first. Takeshi's Castle? I only know of it. I haven't watched it myself. Prison break time, and then we bust the cap. Bust the cap on Mr. Baton guy. His name is Saito, I think. Yeah, his name is Saito. Freaking Saito, take that. Oh, that was weird. Interaction. Get out of my face. Yo, dude, Saito. So I always play these games MSQ only the first time. Holy heck. This segment, even since you can't do anything about this segment, right? Even MSQ, even if you do MSQ, you're always vanilla on this if it's your first time. And my goodness, even the default hard, I can't even imagine trying to do this vanilla legend. Like this sequence was absurd. Freaking butthead. For me, the worst Saito is Kiryu's fight. Saito in general, man, dude. The IFR ones are even are terrible too. The like, their feels bad. The IF7R version of Saito, he has complete armor. You can't use heat in IF7R training, and he burns you every time his baton hits you. Oh, ow. My bad, Saijima. I wasn't looking. Interesting. And by trouble, I mean it's a lot more than the others. Like the other IFR guys. But this isn't... Saito is not a problem anymore. If you do a 1-2 frame delay on charge, he always gets hit. So like here, like even on vanilla, whoops. As long as I stop doing that. Okay. So if you do a 1 frame delay, so if you do a 1-1 and 1 frame delay, he always gets hit and you never get hit. You never get hit by Saito. So that's how I beat Saito with 1 HP in the first run. He can't hit you, but you have to get rid of his guys first, which is really annoying. How did you get out of that grab? I tapped A. I don't know. Was it a rapid tap one? Sometimes I don't rapid tap most of the time because you never get out of them. But maybe that time I got lucky. Oops. If you do 1-1 pause, 1-1-1 pause, so light pause, Saito always gets hit before he can hit you. It's a perfect loop. So even if you chip him down, he won't ever be able to hit you. Oh, this game, the downside in this game is when they're heavy reliant on clinching. You know, when they clinch you have to tap A rapidly to get out of the clinch from the grab. I usually don't even bother tapping the A's because after a while it is very stressful on the hands. Like the way you up your hands, A is just not the button to hit. Typically X and Y are a little bit more agreeable to my hands, so I don't really tap A's anymore. But sometimes you get lucky. I can understand about hurting your hand. If your hand's hurting, to do that, I would probably skip it just to be a little bit nice to your hands to allow to recuperate. Square and triangle? Yes, square and triangle. And X, cross, whatever you want to call it, is the button. They ascribe it to X all the time, and I don't usually do that anymore. It taps, you're required to tap so much in these games. I don't do it anymore. Most of the time. There's an angle on the sniper that you can do without getting hit on the doors. So I kind of just use that. Because of one of the ultimate matches. We just ignore that guy. Hopefully. Stop it! Dang it. This guy's so annoying. Get out of my face. You butthead. Come here. Oh, I can't carry that barrel fast enough. Oh, you little butthead. Alright, sniper's gone. Best thing to do is to get to the last tour pass, so it's okay. Not gonna lie, yeah, yep. But it's this is a victory run, so it's not a big deal. And I deliberately keep my heat up for the Herculean spirit when I have to move here. It's not like it's not unintentional. I play too many of these games, too long to do unintentional things. Unintentional things get you knocked down and feels bad. I try to avoid that as much as possible. There's no caring in this game. There's only deliberate. If you get knocked down, then you are being carried. That's my point of view on that. There's a reason why, oh, like that. That is getting carried by the system. And clinching all the time. Rapid clinching. I'll just grab you from 8 billion miles away. Okay, that was an interesting interaction. Always challenge. Challenge is the go. Fair enough. I don't think I don't usually use this heat action at all, unless it's just to speed things up. It's always the 1-1, the 1 charge or 1-1 charge delay or 1-1-1 charge delay to challenge the person on a light attack. You cannot punch bikes in the streets, so I relied on... Fair enough. This is a great... Oh, I like this scene, actually. This is a great scene. Where Hamazaki gets his Kiryu aha moment. Because of Saijima's relatable personality to Kiryu on their principles and morality.
Saki, どうした？なんで俺を先に？もともとこの脱獄はあんたが計画したもんや。それからあんたが先に行かんとあかん。あんたが生き残らんかったら俺にとってこの計画はパーや。
Blood Brothers, man.
何言ってんだお前。俺はもう
build through overcoming adversity.
絶対に後悔しとうないんや。それにあんたは嫌なやつかもしれん。せやけど俺を裏切らんかった。俺はそれだけで十分や。お前やっぱりまだ25年前のこと。ええから早せ。刑務官が来てまうぞ。
Alright. I just wanted to see that exchange. Bond built through blood. Oh, that tracking lame. You butthead. Okay. See? And no matter what, if you delay it... Oh, I didn't delay it that time. You always challenge him on one chip. And one chip is always a positive trade. If you always take the light hit on the delay charge, you're always exchanging at least 70% damage on the unit, and you're only taking like 2%. I know, right? But listen. Remember, we're playing a Japanese game, right? So when they're talking, you have to remember to remind yourself, in reality, right? Time froze. Just saying. I'm kidding, obviously, but you just have to tell yourself, when they're talking, time freezes. When someone's dying and bleeding out, time freezes to talk. That's how you imagine things, It's like, oh wait. So like here, just imagine regular time would be much faster than this, but because it's Japanese cinema, it has to take 4 times as long, because it's the beats. I like this scene's great too. It's Hamazaki's redemption. Later I kind of felt like there was a missed opportunity about Hamazaki, where he took somehow he took a stray bullet off screen protecting Yasuko, and then he dies in a hospital, but you don't see it. Yeah, there's so many things that didn't make the cut in this game. It's so leaned up. Not enough fat, extra icing. Yeah, the second guy who's ever trusted me. I just wanted to see that line. When they call back to him stabbing Kiryu right in broad daylight after he said, "I trust you," and there's always time to make amends and find redemption. Trying not to leave the villain laying on the ground with a loaded firearm. I know, right? Dude. Like, there has to be at least 2 or 3 scenes where it's just like, oh yeah, I trust you. I mean, you tried to kill me a couple seconds ago, but I'm glad we had this talk. Turns around, walks away from the very, very obvious gun. Oh yeah, agreed. Hamazaki doing his basically his Joker impression, where you just have just willy-nilly being incredibly brutal. But yes, the gun thing. Every single time it's like, oh no, the gun's there. Can someone pick up the gun, please? Please? And of course, the gun was a way to fake out the player as well, because remember, Munakata picks up that gun that Arai just, nah, And then it hits Akiyama in his fat stack on his shoulder, so he was saved by money. It was so poetic. I loved it. You know, the whole poeticness of he can't leave. It was great. That the line was delivered so well. Just can't part your way from money. Oh, oh, you're still going. Oh, my bad. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's great. Don't worry. It's not even. Oh yeah, I can't. Wait. We have to make a clearance. Where are you in Yakuza 4? Where are you in Yakuza 4? Cause you might have to stop. Okay, you might have to stop somewhere. You've done this already, right? Where are you now? Right before the finale. Okay, so you're completing this stuff. Okay, fair enough. I love this part. I love this scene. Like the whole interaction with Saejima, the unspoken this oh Mame. I love this whole scene. Like Saejima and Kiryu like doing the whole we're talking to each other, but we're not really talking to it. It highlights the Asian culture, like not just Japanese culture. It highlights a lot of Asian cultures where most of the stuff is understood in between the lines. It's the non-verbal communication. And Haruka represents the innocent kid that hasn't matured into the adult that understands the nuance of pride, hubris, humility, and non-verbal communication. But she's like this pure, person who's like, I need to help and whatnot, and even overcoming the little spat between accepting Hamazaki later, right? But like, well, we're gonna skip these things because it's the cinematics. Ooh, the cutscenes, so good. Because Saejima is an incredibly proud character, and you have two incredibly proud characters that just basically read each other. Oh, and the sushi thing. Man. This was really real. Like it means something incredibly different without context, right? But man. I love the exchange between Kiryu and Saejima here. It hits even different. It hits a lot different as well, depending on how old you are and what cultural background you come from. This sort of feels like it's apps. This is different. Like this is not the same as doing it for suspicion. Yeah, it's demonstrating how much life Saejima has been deprived of. Like he spent more than half his life for basically a crime he didn't commit but still commit but didn't want to commit, and then everything else, and then he's still exercising discipline. Yeah, and Kiryu actually mentions that, right? Kiryu observes it. He actually saw this scene. Like he just walks in. All these scenes are already written in a way that Kiryu witnessed it, and like in some way, because he was aware of what's happening, and he does this thing for all these scenes where like he's off to the side, but he's giving him his space. Like it's this series of events are so good because it demonstrates the nuance of cultural differences, of their circumstances, without needing to explain it, like just verbally, like, oh, this is how I felt. It's like, no, you see it. And they did it without incredible like mocapping and facial recognition. Nowadays, like the Dragon Engine would be able to like pull off so much more in the face and stuff, but they still managed to do it.
大丈夫みたいだよ。
Just shows how perceptive,
あ、
and they're
そうだ、
really
私ちょ
they're
っと町
old.
のス
They're
ーパーま
really
で行ってくるね。
experienced people,
晩ご飯
like
の用意しなくちゃ。
as adults and stuff.
それ
So
じゃあ行ってくるね。
it's a great contrast between the ages. I love the cultural difference in the way they handle this. If this was like a Western game, this particular interaction would not be the same. This is where Kiryu asks, and then Saijima's like, "Oh, you're the guy," by sheer coincidence, and then he gives the name Suzuki. This game, the running joke is they always use Suzuki as the fake name, which is kind of funny. It's a legacy. Everyone's Suzuki if you don't. Oh, well, except actually, they broke away from that, right? Yeah, yeah, but here's the thing. Here's a deep cut. Yeah, yeah. Akiyama does the same. He gives Suzuki as well when he had the guy who was pretending to be him. I'm guessing you did that sub story and he used the name Suzuki. What'd you call it? But they broke away from it because like also I'm pretty sure Kiryu already used Suzuki before as well, before this, in Kiwami 2's remake. When the first appearance of the fake Kiryu happened, he also introduced himself as Suzuki. So even before this, which is, and I think Yakuza 2 actually originally had the allusion to the fake Kiryu because he returns later. I won't tell you where or when or something, but most of the sub stories return, so somewhere. And then Suzuki comes up again. But I think they did away with that on the new Like a Dragon, because Like a Dragon Gaiden, they decided to give him a code name, but it's not code name Suzuki. Yeah, exactly. And my first thought was like, wait a minute. Ryu? Why not Suzuki? Although, let me make sure something. Hold up. I think there's a reason for Joe, though. I think the syllable Joe means something. So, like, Ki, right? Ki, K-I, and Joe have significance. So, I guess that's why they used it. But I mean, Ryu probably has some. Yeah, that's what I mean. It has a kanji meaning. Because Ryu, Kiryu also has a kanji meaning. So maybe someone will be able to explain that to me because I'm not I'm not great with any of kanji or any meaning. I typically watch a video essay off someone who actually knows the language. Because it sounds like kill you would be the equivalent of saying that kill you? Is that really how that worked? Interesting. Like for example, Goto was a number, and then they played off the number. Oh no, it's not. Oh, okay, fair enough. You just made up, yeah. Like Goto, right? Goto, Majima's first name is a number. Its kanji is a number, and they use that as a theme for a lot of things in the game, like the numbers, like how much money he's carrying, the number, like the number model of a gun, stuff like that. But I'm not sure about Kiryu. I haven't really looked into it's Kiryu's relationship with the code name Joryu. We'll find out in the future. I love that. Like names are super important in this game. Like in this game series, they don't just randomly pick random names. The 2 plus 2 times. Yeah, fair enough. order of operations. Not quite,
そうだな。
not quite an apt analogy for it, but I get your point. If they have Ryu in the name, you know they're important. Fair enough. Because of the dragon theme. Yep. I have one. I have a hot potato long-winded take of Joryu, and here's my fan spinning theory. Okay, it's a conspiracy theory. It's very unlikely, but here's a shot ball. They went with Joryu because Joe Amon is like a secret agent clan, assassin clan. And the Amon that you meet the most is Joe Amon. So they decide to just replace the first syllable of Kiryu with Joryu. Because he's a secret agent. Just saying. Or like he's in a suit, like he has the appeal of the Amon clan. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Obviously, it's a fun coincidence. It's a really funny coincidence. You know, you got the glasses, you're doing stuff, you're doing agent stuff, and the Mon clan basically would be cool to also see Sojima. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Or the Amon characters have themes, right? So Joe Amon is usually like the lead guy, so it's Joe Ryu. But then all the other Amons do have a lineup, and obviously you probably have guessed there's gonna be Amon fights in Yakuza 4 and 5, and they're gonna feature Amons, and it would be really funny just to have like an alternative fun thing where they have all the Amon names like contracted with their themed character that they were matched up in. But my guess, in my opinion, my favorite theme that just pops to my head is that Joe Amon is opposite of Kiryu, so they decide to just call him Joe Ryu. That's my popular. That's my guess. That's how they got to that name, but I'm sure there's something deeper than that, but it's just so funny. It's a funny coincidence. And Sojima sounds like a great name too. Alright. This is where he talks about he gives Kiryu like the boat is sinking thing, and then Kiryu's like, nah, I've been where you are. I see through all of it. It's fine. But if you're going for revenge, I can't help you. And then they do the Majima callback, the Majima between Kiryu callback, like, I feel like I know you, or we resolve these problems, and then they, of course, make up, like, basically Majima and Kiryu.
断る。
Yeah, this is where he says no. But they fight it out, and he understands his true convictions.
だが、俺に復讐の手伝いはできない。
So good.
俺は今まで
The first time I did
何度も
this,
復讐に巻き込まれた。
Kiryu totally tiger dropped me, and then one shot tiger dropped 70% of my HP.
後に待っているのは悲しい結末だけだ。
It's just a JoJo reference. That's fair. I thought about that too. People might like that if you spin it as a JoJo reference.
事情もわからないのに手助
Hot take though, if he strikes a JoJo pose in the game, like in the upcoming game in November, then that theory is on the table. All right. I wouldn't put it past RGG to make Kiryu strike a JoJo pose. Legendary Blue Dragon's horrible with the tiger drops. Yeah.
できない。
It comes off like cooldown. Like basically they do it as often as they can without fail whenever it comes off. It has a 10-second
答えは
pause.
ノー。
So So the moment he tiger drops you, you have 10 seconds to like lean in on him before he auto tiger drops whatever you hit again after 10 seconds.
すまんな。
It's
俺
like
は
10
この目で
seconds
全
ish.
てを確かめたいんじゃ。
Would love to see
それ
Kiryu
までは
striking
誰も
JoJo
信用でき
pose.
へん。
He can pull it off
なるほ
for
ど
sure.
どう
Alright,
やら
alright, alright.
あんたは
Now we just don't play into the You can cycle him out with Saijima though. You can cycle him out of the tiger drop.
桐生。
来い。
Just don't light him. Dynamic intro. With Tanomura, I just get behind him and yeah. This one you can cycle out with Saijima like this. Oh, I traded there. Oops. Stop! Kiryu, please! Kiryu, mercy! See, you just cycle out Kiryu. You beat him on the 1-1s. You beat him on the 1-1s. That's like Saijima's toolkit. It carries to Yakuza 5. You always beat him on a with combo leaning into a charge attack. So you do your heavies lined up with a incomplete heavy follow-up. I also use the punching and yeah. But it's about synchronizing exactly when they're gonna do their 1-1 combo. So anytime a character has an enemy has a 1-1 or 1-1-1 combo, golden, because you only have to get chipped by the second one or any of the ones. The longer their 1-1-1 combo, which I use the number 1 for light and then 2 for heavy. So any enemy that has an extended 1-1-1 combo, Saijima has that entire window to beat them on the charge attack. And you'll always trade up. Like trade up by a lot. Just got some girl singer. Oh, yeah. JoJo Bizarre Adventure is how if I can give you an analogy, Kragus, to what JoJo resembles you in an analogy is JoJo is like Family Guy. So what I mean by that is the relationship and position of pop culture for anime is like Family Guy is to Western audience in terms of referential pop culture in a very specific relation. So when people make JoJo references, they're kind of like mainstreamy analogous metaphors or allusions to anime, as Family Guy and things like Family Guy, Futurama is to the American life. So it comes up a lot. So it's a recurring stuff. It's kind of like the new age thing. I'm not part of that generation, but this is why we have to hear people out, because I could have just paused at the JoJo is like Family Guy part. Yeah, but you could and choose not to be an intellectual, right? You can definitely choose to be narrow-minded and just fail to understand what a metaphor and an analogy is. But that's fair. Glad you gave because we're not talking about the content. We're talking about the psychological behavioral relationship that JoJo serves compared to Family Guy. So they serve as similar mechanisms of discussion. In terms of Kragus, right? Kragus is asking, what is JoJo? Well, how do you explain what is JoJo without contextualizing it? Because if you try to contextualize it, it doesn't resonate with people. It's kind of like trying to explain Yakuza by using what's in Yakuza. It would be very difficult to explain to someone what is Yakuza if they don't know what Yakuza is. So you can use something else like a mafia, Western mafia, like Italian mafia. If they're Americans, you could use that period, or you could use Rockstar Games as an analogy to help with the feeling, the sentiments. Yeah. So whenever someone strikes a JoJo pose, is like making a reference to Family Guy, like the smoke. Whenever you hear Peter Griffin say smoke, that's a reference to Family Guy. It's really commonly used. And JoJo is that thing. Yeah, it's like doing the bird is the word. Yeah, the bird is the word dance, or full-blown AIDS, or the peanut butter jelly time with Brian, or the whip, like cool whip sequence. If it comes back, it comes back. And JoJo is like, whenever they strike a pose, it's like, oh yeah, that's JoJo. But if we went to go back, cool whip, and for Kragus though, it's JoJo's more like now whoever's in their 20s, in my opinion, like retroactively. I mean, like the generational is more likely to be in their 20s. 40s is more like if you hear a bunch of grunting and their hair changes, DBZ. JoJo is the DBZ of 2 generations ago. Why do you put so much? That's the joke. Oh, wait. Are you playing along the joke, or is that a serious question? I don't actually really know if you are playing along, because that is the joke. I'm not quite sure. Oh, you were following the joke. Okay. Yeah, that's what the Brian says. Just a slight digression on the cool hip thing. It's what accent is that? Because I know this is how I get it. House of Cards, Kevin Spacey, when he says what accent is that? Yeah. So Kragus, just as a to introduce you to familiar, Kragus is even a generation before DBZ. So the closest thing we can think about in terms of anime is too niche, unfortunately. Cool Whip sounds better than Cool Whip. Yeah, I guess. I occasionally I find myself doing the what? I don't know which region of American English that is, but whenever I hear someone says what? What? That's that gets me every time. All right. They buddy up. But let me see. Did I skip the scene that I want to see? Oh no, this scene. I love this scene. This is a good scene. It takes a lot to bring down like someone who's basically thought they committed 18 counts of murder, go through prison for 25 years, and then get their mind blown by everything that they've done, basically ruined everyone's lives that they care about, and bringing and asking a stranger who they need to trust firsthand for help, and being brought to tears. Like, this scene was incredible, which is coming up. Like, just a small gesture of Kiryu saving Saijuma's pride by acknowledging it non-verbally and then giving him the space and the courtesy, because it's two people that are very similar but also different contextually, but they have the same convictions. And this next scene is so good. Like, I've talked about this at length the second time we did it. even the first time, but the second time even more, because we had to play through this game 3 times, the MSQ 3 times.
そうだはるか。
This scene, it's so good.
玄関先に置いてあるバッグ、その男の荷物らしい。
そんなのあったの？
さっき海辺で見つけたんだ。もしそいつが目覚めたら渡しておいてくれ。
わかった。
それじゃ。
Oh, and for the Family Guy thing, I should have chosen The Simpsons because I still think it's a little later than Kragus. For you, Kragus, but I think The Simpsons would be even closer to the generational gap as an example of where JoJo lies in pop culture. What generation is Kragus? I think he's 2 generations before me. Or maybe 1 generation. I'm approaching my 40s. Yeah, he's old X. I'm millennial. So at least 1.5 to 2 generations before me. So Simpsons would be the closest thing possible that I can think of when it comes to like a referential animation that is in line with pop culture and constantly being referred back. So I'm guessing the 3 of us might be here representing 3 generational, different generational gaps now. At this point, I'm not in the JoJo thing. I just keep in touch with understanding that kids, like younger, like people who are at least 2 decades younger than me, tend to use JoJo as the standard now for referential stuff. This is such a good scene.
ごめん、寝ちゃってた。
俺はずっとここで寝てたんか。
もう大丈夫なの、鈴木さん。
鈴木？ああ。桐生藩は？
I love that little bit right there where he was like, Suzuki, each one of your mainline characters kind of sort of stutters every once in a while, and they stutter differently, but the idea is it's highlighting that Saejima is one that lives by the honor code, by genuineness and straightforward truth. So the idea that he paused there is in line with his character, that he is very unlikely and uncomfortable in a situation in which he has to use a pseudonym or cover things up. And that is really highlighted in Yakuza 5. I wonder if it's gonna be highlighted in Like a Dragon Gaiden, unless they're saying that Kiryu's been doing it for a long time, he's gotten used to it. But generally speaking, quite most of the mainline characters that aren't, it's a little beats that they add to specific characters that are not used to creating different aliases or keeping up appearances differently. Yeah, we had to find I think yeah, well, yeah, it's tough. A Seinfeld, well, yeah, I think Seinfeld was where I was gonna go. I was gonna go as far as Seinfeld, but maybe even like Cheers, or no, that's going to like Dick Van Dyke. You know, like TV Land stuff. But I don't know which one would be a really mainstream, like Mary Tyler Moore. Like even further back, like I've watched all these shows, by the way. I really like to remain I love exploring cultures, so I've watched the Age of TV Land as well, like I Love Lucy and whatnot, just to get myself more worldly when it comes to relating to older people. I love talking to people from out of time, like out of my time, because I can't experience those anymore. So I culture myself in a way to be able to relate to people across different generations, just so that they can attempt to. It's a great way to bridge and get people to try to relate to you as well. And oh yeah, Mash. That's true. There is Mash as well. What about Gilligan's Island? I feel like Gilligan's Island is kind of like fun. Gilligan's Island is the One Piece of that generation, in my opinion. If I had to, like, JoJo's kind of a little bit more in vogue than One Piece now. But I mean, One Piece is still pretty standard, but it's more like 20 years ago, and JoJo is more like within the last 10 years. But Matt, like Gilligan's Island, I can picture it's like that. That's the One Piece of anime. Sorry. And anyways, we should stop doing. I Dream of Jeannie, Bewitched, so many others. All right, all right, all right. Let's watch the rest of the scene. This is so good. Sorry for taking out the immersion, but you know.
そうか。
あ、そうだ。
Most of the shows are practically before I was born. All the shows that we've named so far, their prime, like their peak times were before I was born.
よいしょ。重かった。はい、これ。
We didn't own a TV either,
鈴木
so
さんのなんでしょ？おじさんが起きたら渡せって言ってた。
that's fair. Fist of the North Star is a great example. And you know what? The reason why I'm stopping this scene to say Fist of the North Star, RGG is incredibly inspired off of Fist of the North Star. Like to the point they literally worked on things related to Fist of the North Star. And it's actually a really great example because that is what Yakuza is. That is what Like a Dragon is. It's the Fist of the North Star of a different generation. RGG represents capturing Fist of the North Star for I'm going to say the last 3 generations of people. So the last 30 years or 20 to 30-ish years. In terms of bringing it up to like the contemporary times. It reaches the contemporary times. But really, it goes all the way back to the Fist of the North Star. What the elements, the cultural significance, and the development, like the romanticism of violence and heroism, conviction, like that type of thing. Fist of the North Star. Way back. Like, way, way back. That's where all this stuff started, in my opinion. You can't break, you can't tear, you can't make this product, this long-running Like a Dragon series without Fist of the North Star. Like really old and it's about buff from doing, yeah. They actually, there is a cross. To mention it just a little bit more, there's a cross community interaction between people who are into the classic Fist of the North Star and then everything else, JoJo and RGG's studio, but specifically less so JoJo for its romanticization of like the eccentricity, but more for its influence on buff guys doing both weird things and, you know, other things. Yeah, but we're obviously not referring to that because the vast majority of people are referring to post 2010 stuff. we're talking about when they peak and when they become referential, which is not something that is the founder's effect, not when they're first or earliest introduced. Like Fist of the North Star peaked in influence a little bit, quite a lot long after its initial thing, kind of like Akira as well for like sci-fi. So good.
なんか
The
海辺
scene.
でおじさんが見つけたんだって。鈴木さんのものだから渡せって。
Have to use your imaginations on what that letter said.
どうしたの鈴木さん、大丈夫？
ああ、大丈夫や。
It's freaking holding back that 25 years of manly tears.
お嬢ちゃん、いや、はるかちゃんが。ほんま、いろいろありがとうな。
You just want freaking Kiryu to hug him. The guy just needs to hug it out. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, like what? But dude, man, like it's not in their code, but practically that moment, Kiryu and Saejima figuratively hugged it out. That's it. Like it is imagining like in a different world, in a different environment, in a different circumstance, they probably have hugged it out at this point. But no, because Yakuza, organized crime, life of crappy, unfortunate events. That's what you get.
おじさんは今すぐ出かけなあかんねん。はるかちゃんともこれでお別れ。
でも今3時過ぎだよ。
おじさんには時間がないね。
I absolutely love when you see the humanity in what otherwise is basically video game superheroes, right? But just RGG
鈴木さん、
does it so well to breathe the humanity into the character. It's like it's so good. Like, it makes the payout great too. Like those tears are worth like at least three. I would say like 30% of 3 different games. Like that moment, that split second, makes you think of as many things as possible that all preceded this game. Like there's so much weight. Now, as they move forward in the game, almost the things are all weighted. Like when Kiryu, every single time when someone says, I have a plan, you immediately start stringing back all the times when someone said, I have a plan. Specifically, it's even heavier when it's either Kiryu or Haruka saying, I have a plan. Because it goes all the way back to basically the meme at this point of Kiryu always having a plan. But it may not be a great plan. It might be a really straightforward plan. But he's the guy who says he always has a plan. And to illustrate that is when anybody that's influenced by Kiryu and they say they have a plan, it's because they were exposed to Kiryu. So that's kind of the idea. And it just keeps going. And I hope that they continue to constantly do this. It is what makes why people watch long-standing primetime television like Simpsons, Family Guy, One Piece, Naruto. Those are primetime TVs things. And when something is done, it carries all the weight of everything that precedes it, its legacy. So it's kind of like whenever you see someone grunting and you immediately think, oh my gosh, they're grunting for 10 minutes. It's DBZ. That's legacy building. And this RGG is done so well with legacy building.
話してるんだし、もっとゆっくりしていった方が。
One sentence could get me to talk about it for 8 hours, because even 8 hours is not long enough to explain why what the meaning of that one sentence actually means.
冴島へ。冴島大河。
え、冴島さん？
そうや。
And in this game, even the names carry so much weight. And that's typical. You might be thinking like, oh, yeah, that's normal. It's like, no, it's not that normal in video games. Trust me, in the gold standard of the modern age right now, whatever the mainstream thing is, names are almost inconsequential because you typically name them yourself. Like, mainstream, like the gold standards of this, that you play the characters, like those names don't actually carry that much weight. In this series, when a name comes up, you're immediately you're thinking, do I know this character? Like, that name's not familiar. Was it in a sub story? And then a few seconds later, they would remind you, like, oh, right. They give you enough context clues, just enough context clues, or literally spell it out. Like, hey, you remember, right? This guy 4 years ago was doing X, Y, and Z. It's like, oh, right. And then it's funny because it humanizes Kiryu coincidentally, like all the other characters, because they would say like, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot, or something. And it immediately puts the character, it normalizes the player with the character, with the whole human aspect of it's really hard to remember so many things. Oh sure, you're the guy from the Pocket Racing back in 1985. That's or like all the kids in Pocket Circuit Racing. Like, wait a minute, I don't remember any of the kids' names right now. But the moment I see them and the moment they start talking, it's like, oh right, those are all the kids' names. Between like Kiwami 1 in 1985, Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1, I have no idea. I have forgot. Like, it's so hard. I need more context clues to spark my name generation again. I think one of them starts with a T. Yeah, 1987. It's actually 89 and 90. The events of Kiwami, the events of Yakuza 0. But this guy is 85. Or sorry, 87. The Saijima's events, I guess, that shooting, the hit happened then. 3 years before. And then 80, was it 83 or 85? Is when the Jingu thing happened. When Shimano, Kazama, and Dojima went out and took out the Jingu with the cooperation of the Tokyo PD. I think that was either 83 or 85. I don't remember. So much. Years mean things. Like, the years mean a lot of things. Holy heck. Too much baggage. Speaking of bags. Okay, real talk. One last pause as we're going through this victory lap. Saejima is literally carrying a bag, and that is a literal representation of a figurative baggage that he carries. That is the weight of Kiryu's trust. That bag symbolically, like, if I had to write like a metaphor or something for that, bag represents Kiryu's trust. It's heavy. It literally contains something that brought Saejima to tears. You see? These things just write themselves. And it's kind of humorous because if you think about it, it could be a coincidence, but at the same time, I just don't. When you appreciate an art form, coincidences do happen, but they line up in a way that is conditioned. So the writers situated these things to line up for interpretations like these. So it's half happenstance, but it's also corollary, and it's poetic, and it's written with intent. I don't remember when the Jingo Insa. I think it's 83. I wanted to say 85, but I think it's 83. It's quite a lot earlier. When Date was a young upstart and climbing the ladders in Division 1. And also Kaoru Sayama's father, her actual father, her biological father, was at the scene. It could be 81. I have no idea. I don't remember anymore. It's brought up once. Since Kitty was 13 or 15. Oh yeah, that's true. He was in his teenager years, but I don't know if he was 13. He struck me as 16. If he's 16, it would put it at 1985. Because Kiryu is 19 to 20 in Yakuza 0. But if he's 13, it would put it at 1983. He can't be younger than 13. We're gonna say 1983 seems pretty reasonable, because man, younger than 13 when he was running around with Kazuma, that's what he did in that Jingu incident. That's a tough sell if he's 11. Yeah, that would be a tough sell. Alright. The only time you'll find Saejima smiling like that. Look at that big smile. And now he's no longer smiling. You caught it there, folks. It's one of his first smiles ever. I mean, he did smile at the flashback with like Majima and Yasuko. But look at that smile, that smirk, just for a brief moment. He turns around and he's frowning already. I guess what I have to say is they're not really frowning. It's their resting brute face, you know? Saejima and Kiryu has a resting brooding face. The smoldering face.
ま、大丈夫だろう。
大丈夫って、まあ。あ、おじさん、そういえば買い出しは？
ああ。
Yeah, what happened to the groceries, Kiryu?
店開いてなかった。
You don't say, Kiryu.
もう、これだから大人たちの考えてることはわかんないよ。
Too young. Smile. There it is. That's as close as you get to a full-blown smile for Kiryu. Yeah, easily one of the highlighted scenes in Yakuza 4. Absolutely. Alright. Let's refocus. This victory lap is getting extended, but all this talk is off, you know, off this incredible game series. There's so much to talk about because there's so much slice of life in it. So much slice of life. Oh, right. Whoa, actually, no, that's fine. I was half expecting to run into a cop or something. I don't remember what the restrictions on his movements are during the MSQ part. Also, with us discussing about age and time and stuff, it's about discussing about it. I'm really not concerned about us being accurate or not. It's about testing how much we remember and our sentiments about it. But yes, you can always just like Google it and all that stuff. That's fair. And if it really means very, like our discussions about guessing and stuff, if it really means a lot to you, definitely, by all means, go and, you know, look it up, and then we'll talk about the actual things. But it's really about the process, so that is very important to me. That's sentimental to me. So I'm not that kind of guy where like someone says you can just look it up and have the facts. It's more like, what do you remember about it? I want to hear how you're getting to the answer, because that's learning about the person. Looking up facts is doesn't tell me much about you. Well, it tells me that you prefer to just reliantly cut to the chase as opposed to, you know, getting to know person. That's kind of my deep cut a lot of times. Wait, I totally went to the wrong place. My bad, Kamiyama. I habitually just went to Kamiyama for whatever reason. Oh wait, I was supposed to go to Kamiyama. Never mind. Just kidding. Wait, was I? I don't remember this part. Why did I go to Kamiyama? Oh, right. He gave me the info on, wait. Yes, and then now I go to the homeless. The underground mall. I go to underground mall. He was, finding information about Sasai. His, old patriarch. Ooh. These next couple scenes, ooh. They are... Saejima is like the emotional leader. Like, this stuff was heavy. Is that guy up to no good? We're gonna walk this way around so we don't get attacked. That guy kind of looked like he was up to no good. Pretty sure I'm supposed to go down to the underground. Oh, I need to buy booze. So I'm just gonna buy booze right now. Because I remember we need whenever we talk to... Oh, my inventory's full. Okay, hold up. Alright, I mean, using it is fine too. We need to buy some sake. This place sells sake. I remembered. Right? Wait. What? Are you telling me they don't sell sake until I... Are you serious? Oh no. Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, there's an old guy down here that dates back to Sasai. So he's looking for someone who's old enough. No, they sell that at Papo. Cause the old guy's here. So, we're good to go. At least yeah. Wait! I was supposed to do something else? Oh, did I miss the guy? Oh, no. I was supposed to... Oh, no. I must have missed one of the interactions. Alright, alright. Just take a... I don't know why I ran down. We can just go... Taxi stand. Let's go. I think it's a dude here. Maybe slightly outside. Yeah, that guy. We totally forgot to talk to this guy. Now we go. It wasn't Kamiyama. I was supposed to talk to that guy. But it's okay. We got the booze. It's all good. Okay. No sweat. No sweat. Besides running down alongside Champion District. Let's go, let's go, let's go! We gotta start booking it a little bit more though. There he is. Hi. He talks about how Sasai is no longer around, but all for some booze to get the down low. Eventually, it will take us to the florist. Because now we go back to the Champion District. See where it all started. Which then gives the first, this is where you get the first impression that Lily-chan is Yasuko Saejima. Because they make she makes the subtle hint that it's very familiar on the date that she went with Akiyama, and it's the same location. That's what gave it away the first time we went on the MSQ. It gave away that there's a relationship between and of course the face is very similar, but it wasn't quite clear if they were supposed to be the same character, because there are characters in this game that look alike but not the same. Because Eri was Akiyama's like squeeze, right? 5 years ago he was rejected by her, but she coincidentally looked like Yasuko as well. We meet Kido, buddy up with Kido, and then Kido shows us his hideout. And he also reveals that he's the legendary Saejima, according to Kido. Because Kido is a fanboy.
Yeah.
Not really, but... Have to run after him first, though. Saejima casually drops the F-bomb. It's fine. Kido, my man, please. Oh, that's awkward. Kido, please. Yeah, Kido does his like short bursts, and then he tuckers out. It's his unique thing. Come on, Kido, please. Kido, please. Come back here, you rabbit. Yeah. Obviously, I won't tell you anything. I'll tell you when I get to the finale is called Requiem. It's gonna be a while. We're gonna largely skip the ending though, because I just looked over the ending again when we were completing our second run through, because you have to beat this game story mode twice. I mean 3 times in total. So we'll probably skip over finale, and then I will do my closing remarks, and then maybe play a little Yakuza 5, possibly. The sub-story in Yakuza 5 at the end of the day. This is where Kido finds out that it's the Saejima, the Tiger of Kamurocho. Alright, now we have to like makeshifty. I wonder if you can beat him to it. Kido! Stop blocking my path! Come on, Saejima! Leg day! Pick him up! I probably have to talk to him. I do. Dang it, Kido. Listen, Kido. I know where we're headed. Call it another lifetime, okay? Do you teleport? Oh no, you totally don't. I'm getting there first! Oh. Yeah, you can't interact with anything. He has to have to get there. Oh, this is where he gets the... they get the speech about taking risks. Going all in. And Saejima gives that motivational speech, which is very characteristic of Kiryu as well. Oh no, not yet, actually. Not yet. Now we go to Purgatory, which I don't know. We need to interact with the homeless in order to gain access to the children's parks sewer thing. I don't think so. Oh, we get introduced to the relic, the master. I forgot his name. The tunnel maker. We're gonna go help him out. The panic homeless is leading us to the guy. Master. Yes, yes, yes. I'll follow you. Lead the way. And Saejima's a unit, so he just lifts. He could just lift that manhole too with his bare hands. All right. Excuse me. Kick the hooligans out. That was one of the other. He was a beast. Yeah, they do. Yep. Indeed. And here, some of the homeless talk about how a specific person basically cleared out all the underground single-handedly. You know. Definitely not our boy Akiyama, right? Definitely not him. Definitely not Akiyama. Kido mentioned that too because Midorikawa. I know, right? It's like how you make so much money. Be like Akiyama. Like, how do I do that? I don't know. Be like Akiyama. Be a goat. Yeah, I can see that. Hotline Miami vibes. I can see that quite a bit. Alright, so we're good. One of the guys here triggers the dude. No, this is not the dude. It's one of these corner guys. Nope. Nope. This guy? No, that's the Akiyama guy. Here it is. Actually, there it is. It was the last guy I talked to, of course. We needed information on the florist and his whereabouts. So now they point us towards the children's part. Then there's going to be a guy who's working at the children's part. But then we run to his coworker who saw someone phase through the floor. No, I'm just kidding. Went up to Purgatory through the sewer entrance. So then we get that. So we go to West Park, or Actually, oh yeah, we have to go to West Park first. Oh, here comes that scene. Here comes the scene. This is a classic meme scene. Highlight story does it really good with keeping the conspiracy. Yep. Yeah. I saw an essay on Hotline Miami. Here we go. It's the toilet scene. Here it is. We gotta see this. This is classic. He's looking for the entrance to purgatory, but occupado. The mouth. Yeah. Dang it. Freaking door. Leaves like my bad.
悪かったの。
Mouth still wide open. Alright. Now we go and mosey on to Children's Park. Which fun thing as we're walking by the Children's Park. The old Pocket Circus Stadium place is where Sodachi's dojo is now. This is the access point for Sodachi's dojo. Which is where the old Pocket Circus Stadium was. We talk to that worker. Then we overhear this worker talk about the florist. He name drops. And then we promise not to tell anyone. So then we go. Anyways, don't do enough Japanese urban legends tell you not to go to a bathroom stall. I don't know. If that's a thing, that's great. I mean, that seems like a reasonable urban legend. Don't go to the last stall in a public restroom. That would be a neat layer of Japanese culture thrown in. They do urban legends quite a lot. Especially, there was a whole urban legend thing with Okinawa, right? In Yakuza 3, whoops. Oh. I know one in which a ghost appears and gives you 2 paper rolls, one red and one blue. I remember you had to go through a gruesome death. One of those you go through a gruesome death. Man, red and blue, huh? That's kind of funny because that's what is symbolic about having the red pill and the blue pill in Matrix. Which also is heavily inspired by Japanese. You know, they're really good at making the goofiest, scary creature. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Ito, I've got his full name, but Ito, one of the creators, there's some stuff too. Although, Goofy is. Yeah, I would probably still say from my personal experience, it's still definitely Japan. when it comes to the most iconic, we would probably have to give it up to the West because of Lovecraft. Yeah, yeah, indeed. Get out of here, you hooligans. I just want to get down in the sewers. Indeed. And yeah, wait. Did you finish Saijima's sub stories in Yakuza 4 already? Oh yeah, that's true. Daruma. The kappa. The kappa is kind of weird looking, but also kind of cute, actually. I actually kind of think it's really cute. Yeah, the kappa. Alright, and then, like, what the heck is this place? I don't fancy myself in the delicacy and gluttony of human beings. Alright. Oh, this scene is tough, too. This is a tough scene. Oh wait, it's like two scenes. It's two scenes. We're gonna listen to a speech about taking a man's life, like taking someone's life and having to relive it. It's a great execution of a tried and true thing about the psychological impact of snuffing someone's life out. I've watched a lot of organized crime and like cop drama and psychological suspense stuff, so this one is a great one to this is a great take from Saijima's perspective. Yeah, 1980s. They don't hold back, man. The standards have often changed too, quite a bit. All right, let's go kick his face in first, Mr. The delay. Okay. Yeah, this scene is great. It's RGG's version of the baggage and the consequence of the eternal nightmare that is the human psyche when it comes to incredibly traumatizing experiences. The contrast with someone who do not have the empathy, like from the spectator's view. It's also low-key a gladiator moment. Russell Crowe made a mean a display of this type of thing too. In a different context, obviously. Oh, Rikio? Yeah, fair. That's a good example. he actually sheds tears in this scene. So
黙れよおら誰や今俺に一人増えても問題ない言うたやつはお前かお前かお前ら殺せ殺せ言うてるけどもやなこん中でほんまに人殺した奴がおるんかこらええか教えといたるわ人を殺すっちゅうんはな人を殺すっちゅうんはなごっつ怖いもんなんじゃ25年前のある日から俺は毎日必ず夢を見る18人殺した日の夢や殴った奴の方の感触骨が砕ける瞬間の音悲鳴死んでいった奴の顔全部が事細かに夢に出る死んだ人間の家族に申し訳ないとかそんなんは当然思うそやけどなそんなもんちゃうね人を殺したらな殺した人間は恐怖から逃げられへんね毎日怖い思いせなあかんねそれがどんなに苦しいことかお前らにわかるかくだらんこんな勝負は俺は降りる
the irony here is the tournament symbolically is not a croc because, you know, that's the recurring theme with the Florist of Sai. It was deliberately to do that. So it's incredibly ironic that he said that the tournament was a croc. Like that very specific one. That it's a nice recurring theme. It recurs every time.
Na.
Right? Ooh, this next scene is even rough. It goes from, man, Saejima, it's like 25 years of bottling up, right? So it's just he calls up Sasai and then finally sees Sasai face to face. Yeah, it provides so much closure, but also so painful. It's like a painful closure. Like, just reminds me of someone seeing their, like, basically their father, right? It's because patriarch.
今帰ってきました
無駄だもうこの男に自立した意識はないいくら話しかけても反応することはない
親父俺です帰ってきたんです親父
さあ
親父
さあさあ
親父なんでこないなことになんでや
So many manly tears. All right. Oh, I can't speak to you something because you're doing. I'm guessing you're still doing Kiryu sub stories, right? Ah, Kiryu sub stories in this game it's all callbacks except for one. So like, the longer you stuck with this series, his sub stories are like ripe, like incredibly ripe. And there's one that, yeah. So I won't say anything about their sub stories, but oh, it's incredibly ripe. This game just does not have. Yeah, I did it in the same order that the game did it in. So like Akiyama, then Saejima, then Tanemura, and yeah. I mean, Kiryu is like the wrap-up chapter, you know? It felt like he's the wrap-up chapter in the MSQ, but his sub-story are also all wrap-up and legacy, and it's great. So... okay. As long as Kiryu's last, because it was... because, you know, he's the last, he's just last in general, like the last part, the finale. Okay, oh yeah, this is Sadachi now. Sadachi's dojo. We're gonna decline, sorry man. Maybe another time. My favorite animation for Fighter Maker. Wait, did he just drag me to the place anyways? Is whenever Sadachi gets thrown, when you teach a student a new tech, and he like gets thrown a little into screen. Favorite part. Freaking Sadachi. No, Sadachi, we don't have time for this. Maybe another time. Don't worry about it. We've already done this in a different lifetime. Yeah. Yep. Return to your hideout without being seen. Oh. For a moment there, I was like, wait, I need to do Sadachi's thing? Oh. I just realized. I can't actually fail here or else I actually have to reload my game. I forgot to save. Wait, can I save here? Wait, hold up. Can I reach this save point? Okay. Oh, I can save in the dojo? Oh, that's actually really helpful to know. I didn't even... oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's true. Okay, good. Alright, now we're fine. We're fine now. Saigo, another great master. Most of the masters in this game is amazing too. I'll get to all these points when I have my closing remarks about this game, but this game just had to trim all the fat, like all the icing stuff, so it becomes like this super tight, like you're constantly saying, oh, that's great, this is great, because they have no room to spare for extra stuff. It's so crammed that lots of things didn't make it. Whoops, I went the wrong way. He's BSing? Yeah. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but the stuff is so great. Like this game leaves you short of, man, there's so much potential, just like Yakuza 3, but now it's even more potential. But the idea is like the game has to be packaged and, you know, sold, because holy heck, They can just keep going. It was like eating spam in a World War II trench. Yes. What's another good analogy? What'd you call it? It's like eating a super formulated meal that will make you a superhero and fit all your nutritional needs to 100%, but you want to have dessert and you can't because you have there's no room or money for dessert. But the meal makes you want to see what dessert was, but you just don't have the money for dessert. So you just have everything you need that your body requires, but there was no room. There was no room to get that icing, to get that cupcake, get that brownie. Like, you knew the person who prepared your meal can get you all of that, but there just wasn't room or time to eat. Like, you're in a hurry, you got a great meal, like everything your body needs, but just out of time, out of money, just can't get it. They had to, you know, you had 5 minutes to eat. That was it. It was a great meal, though. I feel like that cook, since I cook lots of meals, yeah, that's kind of thing. Like, if I had time and resources, like for myself included, like my parents, my father prefers to be the person cooking in the family. There's so many things I want to buy, like in excess, or have time to cook and then just give them the world through cooking. But time, money, just, you know, you can do it. Just, it's not. And that's kind of how I feel about this game. Like, there's so much on the table. I see the RGG, the RGG potential, but man, it would take more time and resources than they can do during their time of making this game. So it's understandable. So, I have no reservations to say that they had to cut out quite a few things that just made it to the concept table and just didn't make it to the final game. Like, it's to the point where there's music that's cut out of these games that don't even make it. Even though, like, there's so much music in these games. When you have your fans, right? When you have your long, dedicated community constantly saying, it needs to be a Kiwami, it needs to be a Kiwami, it needs to be a Kiwami, because there's so many things that are missing, but they're fine, they just love it, but they would love to have more. That's when you know something was left on the chopping block. They had to groom, streamline because of production costs and time and realistic goals, right? That's the telltale sign of limited resources. Okay, I gotta make sure I don't screw up here. There's I always remember that if I just go bolting into that parking lot, I'm gonna get hit by this cop here. I'm gonna wait till this guy cycles one more time. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till this guy cycles one more time. I don't wanna have to go back. Because after this next move, he's gonna change the camera on me too as I walk through here. Yeah. That screwed me up the first time, where it like swapped the camera to the cop and then it lines back up, so it made your controller go the opposite direction. That happened once. And I remembered it clearly, so I just try to avoid it as much as possible. That's why I waited for a specific angle. The camera snapping. I thought I got caught the first time. And the second time, actually. Not this time, though. Okay. Alright. I almost ran into the last cop. I almost missed the escalator and ran into the last cop. That would have been devastating. Okay, this is where he gives the motivational speech to Kido. It's fine. Oh, wait. Oh, no. This is when Mina... it's not that yet. It's the Minami meeting Saejima. I keep forgetting it's... Oh, wait. No, yeah, it is. Or did they already have it? I don't remember it was last time or this time. Then we meet at the Millennium Tower, of course. This is the Millennium Tower thing. It's like, hi. My boss, Majima, wants to... Now we double back. Oh, here it is. This is the speech right here. Before he leaves, he tells Kido, like, you got... often life doesn't give you second chances. So you go all in. You go ham. You do the ham. I should have chose to save it, but... fine. Occasionally, if I like zone out and start digressing, I accidentally do something that causes an instant fail. Yeah, this is the speech that he gives Kido about seizing the moment. And Yakuza 5 has this really funny trivia question that pulls my seizing the moment thing out so good. Alright, so now we retrace our steps. What? Oh. Gosh, see, that's what I mean. I didn't even remember it did that. It did the same thing as the parking lot. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't get caught. Like, I was looking at my mini-map, I'm like, what? Yeah, see, that caught me off guard again. I've done this 3 times now. Okay. Anyways. Fine. It's not the way. This is the way. Let's go! And now we gotta wait for this guy to cycle. I don't think it does the camera pull again. Pretty sure it doesn't. One more cycle. Oh, it does do the camera pull. Oh! Ah. Son of a... It does do the camera pull. I told myself it doesn't, and I set myself up to run the wrong direction. Alright. It's fine. Fine. If I get caught now, it would bring us all the way back to the Theater Square area, because we had to reload the game because of legend difficulty. It doesn't just go back to the Kido hideout, which I forgot to save. I just, you know, we just took the risk. Okay. Can I screw up here? You just rewatched the Yakuza. Oh yeah, the very end when they finally cross paths. Chills. Majima speaks his first Kiryu-chan right at the end of Yakuza 0. It's his first Kiryu-chan. Freaking goober. Receive you fits so good in there. The two legends font. Yeah. But you see, we're gonna have that again, you know? After, whenever I get to Yakuza Like a Dragon, and then Like a Dragon 8 drops, we get to see it again. That announcement trailer, though, even though I have no backing legacy with Ichiban, just their tease of their conversations, like, hey there, Ichiban, nice to meet you, Kiryu-san. That just like two legends meet. There it is. The new legend with the old legend. Cause Yakuza Like a Dragon is more of a new legend is born kind of thing. So kind of like a protege meeting a old legend. This is more or less the same too. Whenever like Saejima cross paths with Kido, all that stuff is like, it's so swelling. Whenever you have the, because technically Akiyama, Tanemura are second gen. They're the following gen because there's a decade apart, right? Yeah, it's close to decade. It's more like 6 or 7 years, but it's a generational gap when it comes to the organization, like the hierarchy. So Saejima, Majima, and Kiryu are the old guard, and it doesn't include Daigo, Akiyama, and Tanemura. But Tanemura is a detective, right? That belongs. That is the following gen of Date-san, Date, Sudo. I mean, and all the other characters like Tsukiyuchi and whatnot. Saw a meme that said, "World peace, we're meeting again with that friend you made back on summer camp when you were 7." And it was like, yeah, it was a Yakuza. That summarizes Yakuza 0. I like to meet that German kid I met when I went camping with my parents. Yep, that's kind of. I don't think I have too many moments like that. The closest I've got is. It's been 14 years. 15 years. I graduated from high school and I got a wedding invite. So wedding invites are like the closest thing that I would have with like people who I knew in high school. Got a wedding invitation, meet them up, and it's been like 12 to 15 years. And it was like, and my high school friends, to characterize them, is the same way that Saejima and Hamazaki became friends. High school was not a great time. It was not emotionally and sentimentally a great time in the sense of the context that we experience. And that's why we are friends. So when the weddings came by, you just got a wedding invite and like, wow, we haven't talked for 14 or 15 years, and that's it. That's that experience. When two old friends cross paths after a really, really long time. It's like, it's about darn time again, kind of thing. You gotta live long enough to get to those moments, though. And in the organized crime world, it's completely different to be able to live long enough to experience that, like Majima and Kiryu. Like, that stuff just doesn't happen. A lot of times the poetic nature of people who are in organized crime or like in a dangerous lifestyle is it's even more momentous because when they say goodbye or farewell, they have to accept that that farewell is the last time they ever hear from them. So whenever Kiryu like leaves Kamurocho, right, and say goodbye to Kazuki and Yuya like every single time, that's it. Like it, everyone's like, you know, for a civilian it would be like, what do you mean? You can always visit, right, and stuff. And haha, it's like, well, it could be the very last time. It's the treasuring. It's kind of the thing, like, I don't say farewells and whatnot, versus we do say farewells because it could be the last time you ever hear from them again. So it's those like contrasting personalities conditioned by their circumstances, by the character's circumstances. And in Yakuza, they say farewell a lot. Whenever they leave for an incredible long time, which is like a year or two even, they make that a ritual because they live times in the present, because they don't know how long they have on this planet. Like, they don't know how long they have to live. As opposed to if you go more sentimental way with other people who would say, I don't like saying goodbyes because it means that we won't see each other again. That's like the complete, that's a civvy life. That's one where you know that your life has been comfortable for most, you know, like there's no urgency and whatnot. And it's another, they're both sentimental and very positive forward. It's just the context conditioned you to value what those moments really mean. And often you get more of the, yeah, I'm really terrible at goodbye, so let's just say we'll see each other again. As opposed to when they kind of combined it here, but a lot of times the farewells are incredibly meaningful, or they accent the farewells. Since this life, you just don't know when they're gonna ever see each other again. Yasuko, like all the ripped characters, right? Rikia, Yasuko, Reina, Nishikiyama. The list keeps going. And all the like the misunderstood alternative anti-heroes, I would call them, like Mine, Ryuji. This keeps going. In another lifetime they could have been friends. Yeah, it may really be the last time they see each other. I graduated high school last year and I must admit it wasn't the best of time. I still got over everything. I'm glad that you're finding your new without being a pun, your new vocation. I know you just said you're in vocational school becoming an EMT. Yeah, it's great too that high school is tough. Like it's tough in a sense that it really is a gamble, right? There's happenstance, there's inexperience. But what you make of it is what even Yakuza, like what RGG writes in story can portray. Which it does a lot, about making the most of your circumstances. It offers a lot of digression into that. Whoops. Oh wait, I forgot I could do the whoops. Oh no, wait. I think it's only by the foot. Oh, I don't know if you can do it. That didn't work. Sorry. I accidentally aimed at the wrong person. Like this. It does okay. Oh man. That guy was already dead. It has to be someone that's still alive. Yeah. It's just, we're going for a bit. Do a 1-2 combo. You can do a... Oh. Oh, oh. Wait. What? Do you mean 1-2 as in heavy? Light heavy? I'm not sure of... Light hold heavy? Oh, oh, the bounce thing. Yeah, yeah. Right. The RKO, yeah. The animation loop is too long. It's also why I don't do that as well. But yes, the RKO. Indeed, from the bounce. Can you not? Can you not, please? There's a follow-up tech? I know. I didn't use it long enough. It's in the ultimate match, though. You can do it in the ultimate match. Because you get strongest Saijima. The enhanced tech. He's a great limboer, by the way. You know, Minami is a great limboer. It's all that spine flexion. Or Minami. No, this is just a cliffhanger. This is a cliffhanger. Oh, I like this scene though. Majima doing his 8 million people roped off. My family.
これなら警察も近寄れんやろ。さあ、行こうか。
They go to the batting cages. Fire breathing? It's fire. Yeah, it's quite inherently dangerous. And I'm talking about it from like a physics, like a chemical reaction standpoint. Fire is not. It's a rapid reaction. Yeah, it will trail into your mouth, yeah. Or adding lighter fluid to a fire that's already going. That's kind of how it feels when I think about people experimenting on inexperience or not understanding the nuances of chemical reactions. Like not like putting lighter fluid and then lighting on fire. I mean adding lighter fluid to fires. I have seen that before.
Majima. Huh? お前、俺がなんでこの町に戻ってきたんか。
This is where they talk it out and about what happened ago, and then He betrayed Saejima, so we duke it out.
安心したわ。まだ体はダブついてないよや。25年間無所で毎日
This is where he spins like a top and hits me 8 times in a row, and then tuckers out, and then we
それじゃ
rip the rest of his life bar.
行かせてもらうぜ。望むところへ。
That freaking top spin.
で、兄弟。
Although, I think we can guard passive if we have heat, so that's fine. The first time you can't. Or at least I can't because I didn't level any of the characters. We do want to add a little bit of health because that top spin can take all of our health now. You know, I'm starting to wonder if this is even... I hope this is a... Okay. I'm starting to wonder if I actually have it on legendary right now. Okay. This is going counterclockwise. And then his second series is going clockwise across your controller. He's gonna spin like a top soon. I don't want you to spin like a top. I'm curious if you can just distance the top. I mean, we can certainly challenge it, but Oh no, you do have to be close before he spins like a top. Oh, there it is. Ah! 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 Freaking top. Freaking Beyblade. Oops. Rip. I was making a Beyblade comment and I totally hit the wrong button. Okay, that actually hurts a lot. Oh no. Don't you dare double Beyblade me, please. Don't you dare double blade bait. No Beyblading, please. Okay. Goodbye. Oh! Okay. Yeah, I get hit at least like once or twice. The least amount I've ever gotten hit is once. When you're trying to like dodge roll in between the two bounces. But you might be able to like quick step on the mark and then quick step the second one while you're at a full distance. He misses 4 times when you're away from it. Yeah, this is what I mean by the rigging thing. So like they have their shirts off and then you can see the textures that they're putting around is kind of a little weird. And Majima has the weird one because he's always slouched over most of the time. Like, he's kind of like a little bit rounded. His back's rounded whenever he's shown without his shirt, right? So his abdomen is kind of weird. Just a wee little bit. Yeah, they have a brotherly reunion, which is nice. Then it cuts right to Tanemoto. They all, yeah, more or less. Very, very rounded backs. As far as I am aware, this scene was added after the fact. So this was not in the original game, I think. That's why it's also not skippable and it's VO and it's in-game. Like some of the stuff in the scene. I can't skip dialogue.
いや
Oh, you mean this?
Ah,
Yeah.
単今日
But what I mean is, this is one of those scenes where it's not
あな
like typed out, right? It doesn't have the letterhead. What is it called? The letterbox?
な
そ
Usually letterbox ones you can skip
終始
completely.
お
But this was added after the fact.
お
裏切りも
それ
それ
と今
さ
さ
Yeah, this is where they clarify
そ
what kept Majima. And then this is where he loses his eye too.
真島さん
Stupid Shibata. Alright. Tanemura starts at the precinct getting grilled by Tsukiyuchi. And then he gets talked to by, what's his name? I forgot his name. Hitai? No.
よかった追いついて
What is your name? Hisai. Yeah, it gets grilled and goes to Mahjong, and then picks a fight with unfortunate Mr. Try and Miss Me. Oof. Mr. Try and Miss Me though. They didn't go balls to the walls with the Mr. Try family though in this game. Because Yakuza 3 went further, right? They went and introduced the Mr. Try family. The bros. It's Mr. Try and Miss Me, Mr. Try and Catch Me, and Mr. Try and Flee Me. Wait. Did they? No, I don't remember them showing up multiple times. Let's just buy actual. You know what? Just for the third one, right? Aw, wait. Hold up. Just because we can. Give me those 100 sticks. Oh, no worries. Enjoy your sleep. I have my last exam. Nice. And then you'll have summer vacation. Oh, nice. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks. Oh, okay. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Good luck with your exams. And have fun on your summer vacation. You know what? I'm guessing I have an idea what you're doing. It's probably very similar to what I'm doing, at least at some of the times. Good luck with your exam. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. For silver plates, right? Yeah. Here, I'll give you 2 real silver plates this time. Nice. I'll be okay. Okay, it doesn't do anything. All it does is cut to the chase. Fair enough. Alright. Run. Let's get a run. Run. So Mr. Try and Miss Me. Trying to hustle some money. Because Tanomura doesn't allow him to hustle money in Mahjong anymore. Because Tanomura is the hustler. What happens if I just beat the snot out of him, actually? You're under arrest. Am I allowed to skip tutorials this way? Yeah, we're allowed to skip tutorials this way. Immersion. He basically just we arrest people, you know. Under arrest for hustling. Okay. Sec. Have to go to the bathroom. Be right back. All right. Okay. I think we get a phone call or something. Oh, a dispatch. That's right. Okay. Take care of business. You know. Oh, it's just one guy. I'm trying to think of what way I go about this. Yeah, this is where we meet the Kamurocho guard, which is kind of weird that Tanomura meets him first, like as an introduction to this, but really Kiryu has the most interaction with the Kamurocho guard, specifically because of the gang peeps. I guess he has it in the way of his dispatch thing, which we didn't do. All right. Oh, Zal, that's right. Now we get introduced to Little Asia, our homeland in Little Asia. Should we save? Nah, we can't drop the ball that much, can we? I don't think so. I think we're good. Let's go. Oh, this is a great scene. I like this scene. I like not necessarily for what happens in it, just like the cinematography. I quite enjoy these like follow cams. It really does feel like imitating some of the old school cinema. This is such a callback to like old school, even like Hong Kong cinema, where you go through and there's just so much happening. It's kind of like the days of also martial arts films, like the old school martial arts and the oneers. They're just following, but it's so casual. It goes to just shows you how the stuff are connected, and then it leads to a scene where he finds you find out that he's looking for Yashiko Saejima, and then we get introduced to Zhao-sun, who's, of course, as usual, an incredibly lovable character who has his or her circumstances, supporting the turbulent and traumatic lifestyles of our mainline characters. All our mainline characters are a center for trouble, and all the supporting characters are collateral, unfortunately. But they are really nice characters. That's what makes them collateral. And then he gets contacted by a Korean club, saying that Yashiko works there, so he's gonna go over there. Another Haruka character, of course. All the kids are national treasures for the most part. Incredibly proactive characters. Well, we haven't met a so far. It's not to say that there aren't any yet. We'll see if there are going to be any characters that are just straight up like goobery. There are some soap stories that featured some goobery characters. Goobery little kids. By goobery, I mean kids being kids. As opposed to incredibly mature. Like, incredibly. And, exceptionally resilient as well. Like, Haruka is incredibly resilient. So is Meihua, which is Zhao's surrogate daughter, and then Saki, which is Nakahara's daughter, is another Haruka type in Yakuza 3. It would be an entirely different type of series if all those kids became really traumatized, because that's the life they live. And RGG went in a way of doing supporting kid characters as the resilient type, the ones that really overcome everything, and it's kind of lends to the strength of the characters, your mainline characters, doing that. Saejima has a kid too. I totally forgot his name, but it's the Tadashi. Yeah, Saejima got a kid in this one, his Haruka type, as a sub-story in this game. Akiyama, not so much. He approaches her, finds out that he's a cop. The Shibata guys are after her because, well, she got the money and all that stuff, but Katsuragi's after them, and then Shibata naps her, the Shibata family. Ow, 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 dude. Chill. Chill! Just constantly priming attacks. That ducks below. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he's just not that great at crowd control. Or actually just complete lack of crowd control whatsoever. He has no cancel for his attacks, so you're just constantly making sure you're weaving one enemy out. You're constantly singling one enemy out at a time. Knock as many down and then single out a character. But if it's in like a small area, you just have an enemy charging at you and it takes up half the space. So you're bound to get nipped on the side. Places you in an incredible stun state. And that's why he has armor. Or some defensive gear. As much as I want to stand in the corner and parry over and over again, that takes kind of a while. Now we head off to where they napped Yashiko and find out that Arai is a double agent and lined up with wait. Oh yeah, Docs. Oh, this is the dock thing. That's right. I've saved. We'll try not to screw the pooch here. No, we're gonna keep that. We can determine how much damage we need to do. Okay. That was awkward that he missed. Just take out as many of the other dudes. His Bane. Try to do different heat actions to get better heat ratios. Heat ratio to damage. What the? That's weird. Yep. Parries don't gain you action. Parries don't gain you action bonuses. Also missing drop kicks because of heat action requirements. Yep. Ow. Alright. Let's just not. Let's not risk that. This way. Was it this way? It's not this way. Wait, it is this way. Yep. Wow. That jab completely missed. And dude. Yeah, me too. Me too, Tanemura. Exactly. Nope. I can't actually do anything about that, but okay. Good talk. Yep. This is targeting in general. Oh, I didn't realize I could trigger that. Huh. Wait. Oh. That's interesting. You're under arrest. And also very greased up. Yep. He can run around because he doesn't have slippery. Yep. He can run around, but I can't. Because slippery. That was an incredible cheap not enough range. That was an incredible cheap jab on the side. That led into 4 extra additional synchronized hits. That's like 40. That was like 40% of my HP just for that one slip. There's a gun over there. Where does that leave me in this game? Oh. Okay. Sure. Okay. This is the big one. Oh, wait, is it? Yeah, this is the big one. We take out the sword guy. I should have used a double combo, but no. There should be a quick time event at some point. There it is. That takes out the that takes him out and then kinda kills that guy. There's a chance this is the OTK. No, it's not. Just casually cracking necks. And of course, the instant load. Okay. We didn't need to heal after all, but safe and sorry. This is where we see Arai shoot Shibata. Because he's a triple agent. You have outlived your usefulness, Shibata. Kanamura breaks in. And then this is where Yasuko fills in her backstory, and then they share. And Tanamura tries to get Yasuko to cooperate. But she hid the money in a trunk somewhere. He's trying to figure out who killed his father because his father was supposed to meet with Yasuko, but it never happened. Eventually, he convinces her to help. But first, not before retrieving the money. And then the money is going to be used to meet up with Katsuragi to try to squeeze Katsuragi with the truth. Which I think this stuff is added afterwards too, possibly. Or it might be because of the whole Tanamura switch up on the voice acting. 1985. Yeah, 1985. Huh. still think it's 83 for the... Anyways. So, now we go and fetch the money from the car.
これは
A 100 mil from the car. And use it as a bargaining chip for Katsuragi. After Yasuko filled him in on how she was technically getting the money to trade for Saijima's innocence from Katsuragi, he gets introduced to Nair, which is his master character. She's investigating her parents' murder, which turns out her brother is the murderer. Often murders are personal. This is about Revelations too. All the masters tell you about Revelations. Okay. This is Mac's message. Okay. Now we gotta go to the parking lot, the underground parking lot, to fetch the monies. Let's see if I can guess the car. I think I remember which one is the car. See if we can guess the car. Not that one. Not that one. I mean, it might have been that one. Not that one. Ah, that might have been the one. Not that one. Yeah, that might have been the one. Oh, actually, it's this. There we go. Nailed it. Now we have no idea how to contact Katsuragi, but this part wasn't necessarily explained really well, I suppose. But somehow Katsuragi contacts him. And I don't remember how that works. Maybe because of Yashko? Your idea is he's probably going to contact... The implied is like he has Yashko, so Katsuragi would come in contact with him. Okay. Now we look for a meeting place, which I think was this side and not the other side. Yes. Moving fast. I think I totally walked over. How do I? Oh, this yeah. Okay. Homeless hands us a flower because Katsuragi rolls that way. Calls. They set up a meeting time and a place. Millennium Tower. in the middle of rush hour foot traffic. Katsuragi reveals that he was involved in orchestrating his father's death, but he wasn't the one that killed his father. But he also reveals that he's the one who organized all of the stuff that deals with Saijima's hit on the Yue no Seiwa. And but he reveals that the cops were involved too, which implicates Sugiuchi, and which I think Katsuragi did. It almost seems like Katsuragi deliberately put him in the direction, the crosshair, Sugiuchi in the crosshairs, because he needed to cut up all the ties, like the loose ends. That might have been Katsuragi's power play to remove Sugiuchi from the plan, because Katsuragi no longer wants to cooperate with Munakata. Munakata. Muna or Mune? I think it's Muna. Mune. Ugh. Names, syllables, tough. We'll see his name again. Munakata. Okay. Try not to get lost in Little Asia, which I have a habit of going left a lot. Oh my gosh. Please. Okay. We chill here. Got the money. We chill here until the meeting time. We'll go. Oh, whoops. Sleep. Ready to go meet with Katsuragi. And then this is where we suitcase battle all the way to Homeland. But turns out Homeland is safe because it's all orchestrated, because Hisai is on team Katsuragi. Or not on team Katsuragi, but on team Munakata and Sugiuchi.
谷村さん、あなたはお父さんの死の真相が知りたいとそうおっしゃってましたね。
This is a Rails walking thing, so we can't speed through it, but this is where the plot for Tanemura really gets fleshed out.
回りくどい交渉は好きじゃありません。はっきり言いましょう。違います。
違うだと。今さら何を言ってるんだ。俺は柴田が新井に殺された時現場にいたんだ。あんたと柴田が25年前の事件で繋がっていたことは分かってる。親父はあの事件があんたと柴田の仕組んだものだということに気がつき、そのことが原因で殺されたんだ。そうだ。
確かに谷村さん、あなたのお父さんはあの襲撃事件に柴田、そして私が関係していたことは突き止めていました。25年前のあの事件は私と柴田が描いた絵です。私はあの日のあの時間、冴島大河が一人で襲撃に来ることを知っていた。
ちょっと待て。確か25年前の
Rubber bullets. This is where the rubber bullets come into play.
どうして生き残ることができたんだ。
だから知っていたと言ったでしょう。私は事前に冴島がどうやって襲撃してくるかも知っていた。
防弾チョッキか。
ま、そんなところです。私はあらかじめ備えをしていた。だから助かることができた。それまでです。
つまりあんたは柴田と共謀し、自分の組織の幹部を抗争に見せかけて殺させる絵を描いた。自らが死ぬ可能性があるにもかかわらず。
当時私は22歳、柴田さんは30歳。若い2人が縦割りの組織で成り上がるにはそうする必要があったんです。
あんたは事件の後、まんまと上野清和会の若頭に就任。柴田も登場会で直系へと昇格した。あんたたちの計画が成功したというわけか。
ええ、まあそうなります。
やけにあっさり話すんだな。
もうあれから25年が経ちます。今この事実が警察に伝わったところで私が罪に問われることはない。
確かにあんたの罪はもう時効だ。だが極道社会ではそれは通じないだろう。だからあんたは安子さんを使って柴田組の関係者を殺させ、新井に指示して柴田を殺した。そういうことか。
まあそういうことですね。
あくまで自分の犯行ではないというつもりか。まあいい、話を戻そう。25年前、俺の親父はなぜ殺される必要があった？その理由を教えてもらおう。
あなたのお父さん谷村さんは25年前の事件の裏に私と柴田が動いていたことを突き止めた。だがその捜査の過程でもっと大きなものを発見してしまったんです。
それは何なんだ？
不正です。あなたのお父さんは
Corruption.
事件の捜査をしていくうちに警察内部の不正の事実を知ってしまったんですよ。
This is where everyone disappears.
不正だと。
25年前の事件、あの事件は
And
警察によって
Katuragi
捜査
sets
されたものだったんです。
Sugiuchi
冴島大河ではない
more or less
事
up.
件の真犯人を隠すためのね。
真犯人だと？
ええ、そうです。あの事件、冴島大河は襲撃を行った。でも真の犯人は別にもう一人いるんです。
あんたが安子さんに知っていると言った真犯人ってのはそいつのことなんだな。
あなたのお父さんはその真犯人の正体と真犯人を知りながらもそれをもみ消した警察の不正を知ってしまった。だから殺されたんですよ。
誰なんだ？親父を殺したやつってのは、その真犯人ってのは。
He implies that he knows who, but not him. Sugiuchi shows up, breaks the party, and now we're just running with a suitcase of money. Ow. That's actually really effective. That's not bad. He has armor during that. Oh, that second hit was pretty great. Okay, we're dancing with the suitcase. Yeah. That totally has armor. Oh wait, do these guys spawn indefinitely on legendary? I don't really know, but I'm getting whacked. Oh, it could be spirit though. I mean, technically we could just sit here and smolder, you know? Because Tanomura has healing. Oh, hey. Ow. Wow, that guy just went in. Okay. Thank you, targeting system. Maybe they just keep coming? Oh, maybe they do. Or maybe they don't. I don't really know. And the targeting system makes your back turns. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that missed, my friends. That basically went through your body. Right. Okay. Very, very heavy stomp. There's so much damage trading. Getting a little scary. Yep. Just constant spam. That's E Honda push. Constant spam. Gotta avoid it as much as possible. Oh. Yikes. So much damage trading. Dude. Yep, the cancel into that. Saw that happening. Yep. Time for the run. We gotta be careful here. We can actually fail these, which means that we have to do that whole sequence again. Kobe. Okay.
終わりだな。
And then we fight even more. More fighting. This one can be a little dangerous. I don't know why the heat action is not happening, but okay. Maybe because the guy was attacking. Generally speaking, that's usually the case. Alright. Okay. Now we decide to take this to Sky Finance once we get to Homeland, and turns out everyone's safe. Oh, do I run here? Do I flee? Oh yeah, I do flee. Don't mind me. Drop the briefcase momentarily. Ugh. All right. Oh, this one's actually kind of annoying. This guy is relatively annoying. Gotta get rid of his other dudes. Yep. Just break his arm over and over again, you know? There we go. Broke his arm 8 billion times, you know? Okay. And they're safe, more or less. Because his Sai is here. Sugiyuchi planted him. Oh, I accidentally canceled out the save screen. Yep. Fill him in on the Saijima plot because of the Katsuragi plot, which more or less his Sai already knows all this. Feigning ignorance till the end. Hisai puts him on the trail because I think honestly this move Hisai was trying to redeem himself by putting Tanemura on the trail to sniff out Sugiyuchi. Actually, I've got to save, so I should really save here. In case I screwed a pooch on the Sugiyuchi fight. This is where he finds out that Sugiyuchi is his father's investigation partner on the crime. On Saijima's crime. Junji. Okay. Now we set him up by looking after the last witness, the witness that survived from the Ueno Seiwa debacle in the cabaret club. They meet at the docks, entrap Sugiyuchi, then Tanemura and Sugiyuchi fisticuffs. An assassin, a hitman who wasn't ever revealed who it was that shot Sugiyuchi when he was sharing all the dirt. And Sugiyuchi had his piece. He did his piece and talked about his piece. He lost himself in his duties to the Yakuza, but at the same time spending the vast majority of his life pretending to be a cop and almost even liked and embraced it, and became more envious of those who are on the straight and narrow. Oh, this is the slight digression to Nadine about the Asian gateway. Zhao gets abducted for helping out or gets approached for helping out an immigrant through the Asian Gateway organization. Cool. So we go over here and pop a few beeps. Save Zhao. Music. That double bass action though. The walking double bass. Hey, get out of here.
いやあいやあ
I had the orders out of. I had it out of order. Didn't really need to save there yet. Okay. Go, go, go. And I went left again. Go, go, go. Oh boy. Yep. We fill in Zhao on the corruption or the potential corruption. We sleep. Would I recommend starting at 0? I would probably separate it between profiling the person. So for the vast majority of people, just starting at 0 would be fine. It's a balance of both. So 0, Kiwami 1 and 2 is a balance of both. Basically the streamlined standards between Yakuza 0 is a streamlined standard between Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2. And then that's a great place to start. Like, to answer the question, where to start, Yakuza 0 is the best of the compromise of both. So Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1 and 2. Maybe even Kiwami 1, Yakuza 0, and then Kiwami 2, if you like the idea of having the reverse impression, because Kiwami 1 and Yakuza 0 are very dependent on each other on Majima's perspective. So whichever one you want to initiate on, if you want the kooky stuff, Kiwami 1 is a good start to first expose yourself to that Majima, and then Yakuza 0 would take you back and hit you differently with Majima, or the other way around, you get hit differently with Majima and then become Majima. Yeah, me personally, I prefer having an origin story before seeing the consequences of that origin story. You know, like I am not a mechanical person. I do not like when I don't find it unique when characters stay dynamically, like, not stay static in their ways, which Yakuza 0 shows a coming of age origin story for Majima. Then Majima assumes it becomes an enigma, and he stays an enigma, and then he became a plot device. Yakuza 3, 4, and 5, he ends up becoming a plot device instead. So when it comes to introducing one of the biggest characters in the series, probably playing Kiwami 1 first, then Yakuza 0, and then Kiwami 2, and it progresses in that order technologically as well. So it'll give you an idea of the RGG progression. Kiwami 1 is the remake, but it's also the one closest in design to the original RGG vision. Then Yakuza 0 is the interface between Yakuza 5, which is too much of everything, just lots and lots. So they cut it in half, basically half. They cut all the locations and stuff in half, and then they streamlined and made the story more focused on 2 characters instead of just one, right? So then that's a streamlined gold standard, and then Kiwami 2 is a leap into the Dragon Engine. Alternatively, you could play Kiwami 1, Yakuza 0, then Yakuza 6, and watch the events of 3, 4, 5. I would just add Yakuza 6 to it. So I would do Kiwami 1, Yakuza 0, Kiwami 2 as a compromise for the post-Dragon Engine, then watch, for most modern gamers these days, like anyone who's used to modern standards, watch essays on 3, 4, 5, and then play Yakuza 6, and then jump into the modern standard, which is all the post Yakuza 6 stuff. 3, 4, 5 is something that it's a niche thing. 3, 4, 5 I actually weigh a lot heavier, but I'm a niche person. An older gamer and all that. These 3 is the beginning of a vision that's different from the first 3 games. So like Kiwami 1, the remakes 1 and 2, Yakuza 0, and Yakuza 6 and on are the modern standards. It's getting close to the modern standards that make RGG great. Like, what I mean by great is what people are saying, like, this game saved RGG, or this game saved the series. It's the breakout mainstream thing. 3, 4, 5 would be a different vision. It was a vision that they went away from. Like, to me, that's when their vision started deviating towards trying to balance being internationally receiving than not. 3, 4, 5 was going really hands hard on unapologetic design. And as much as this is a selfish request, I like unapologetic development. But people do not buy that stuff. They do not buy that stuff. It's too hardcore. It becomes gatekeeping. So if I had to rely on something, when any game series turns into a gatekeeping game series, you can watch lots of video essays because people will explain that part. It's a natural compensation for people not willing to want to experience it or play it. So you can probably fill in the gaps of 3, 4, 5 really rapidly. If it gets remade, it would be brought up to some sort of modern standard of whatever time it is. So if they eventually get remade, a lot of it might get trimmed down. It might get streamlined because of modern standards. So 3, 4, 5 represents, which I'm playing for, and my thoughts. This is going to be part of the review. You thought, what, the 3, 4, 5 remastered? They were what? I don't remember in which context it was. But 3, 4, 5 represents a vision that they used to have before they had to compromise. In my opinion, they decided to do some compromising things that made them a breakout developer, in my opinion. The 3, 4, 5 would be the least likely to be talked about. A modern... Oh, yeah. Yakuza 0 is the modernization of... It is the one that most people would say saved RGG, as in saved the series from staying niche, basically not reaching a global audience, not breaking out in any way, and introducing the stuff. 3, 4, 5 is a gatekeeper. So you have to open the gates. You have to be in it to open the gates. If you can't open the gates, you skip 3, 4, 5. You learn tangentially and at a distance how to appreciate 3, 4, 5. It is before the gates are shut tight on 3, 4, 5. My analogy, I was going to come up with an analogy for this. It's like what's another game series? Like for example, if you like Final Fantasy games, right? 7 is Yakuza 0. Final Fantasy 7 is Yakuza 0. Gatekeepers, leaning into it, like maybe Kiwami 1 is Final Fantasy 3/6. And then every other fantasy before 7 out of 3/6, depending on East or West, it's like the whole Like a Dragon versus Yakuza thing. Out of 3 or 6, everything else is gatekeeping. So it's behind the gate. So you don't have to play any of them. And it's even less because there's less legacy in Final Fantasy. All the stories are... the legacy is the mechanics of Final Fantasy. Square Enix build mechanics and like conceptual vision and direction, but not necessarily story and legacy. I don't think there are other ones that I could, like for Zelda. If you're a Zelda person, Yakuza 0 would be Ocarina of Time. Not, is it? Yeah, Ocarina of Time. And then Kiwami 2 and Yakuza 6 would be more like post it. Those are more like Breath of the Wild now. But the gatekeeping ones are all the things in between. The OG, Zelda, especially. And then when you hit really hard, Yakuza 3 is like Twilight Princess or Majora's Mask. It's a hidden gem in the sense that gatekeepers would appreciate it. Because if they entered the gate already, they're in deep. And you go deep into like Majora's Mask. Or even Link 2, for that matter. The Adventures of Link 2, Zelda 2, the side-scrolling one. That's kind of how to equate to that. So 345, this is my jam. Like, I'm in my element here. 345 is where I invest. This is how I break into the gate. Like, get behind the gate. Figure out what's behind the gate. And in Yakuza 0, scroll back. Yeah. It's like when it becomes mainstream, right? And the mainstream is Yakuza 0. The most mainstream, you have an elegance. It's like great. Like it's having a really great balance between your palettes. So it's not in so hard that you don't get it. Being a prequel, right? It's even situated as a prequel, so you don't require any legacy to get into it. Even though technically from a creative standpoint, chronologically is a cognitive bias, because there's always going to be a before and an after. When you're talking about linear story, like the life of a linear creature, time frame, there's always a before and after. But subconsciously, when something doesn't exist as a creative process, it counts as the beginning. So Yakuza 0 is in the beginning. So no legacy required. That gate is not even there. It's not even possible intellectually for most people. To me, Yakuza 0 is not Yakuza -1. Right? So for me, any of the pieces can be evaluated individually based on their merits, in my opinion. Because I'm a niche person. So there's no barrier of gate of entry. I could start at Yakuza 3 if I wanted. But I didn't out of convenience. Just that way. So my order would be start at 0 and go on if you wanted to portray yourself as following the storyline. My priority is following the storyline at first. But in terms of development and stuff, the Opus I forgot, I keep changing the phrase. I think it's Magnus Opus or the Opus Magnus. Opus Magnum, Magnus of the RGG is Yakuza 5. Then they streamlined. They totally streamlined. They cut back from 5. I mean, Yakuza 0 could have had 6 characters. They could have just went super deep, like Square Enix did with Octopath Traveler. They could have just went super ham. Yakuza Like a Dragon has a lot of characters, but it got streamlined to one mainline protagonist again, right? So it keeps streamlining, but find different ways of introducing more and more characters. And turn-based games are essentially that. They are character collectors. And that is an ingenious way of compromising between the vision that they had for Yakuza 5 and where they're going to go, or making it bigger and more interconnected. That's why, in my opinion, most people will focus, oh, it's turn-based. It affects my core mechanics a lot. But generally speaking, turn-based games make room for incredible number of characters. And you can really make them identifiable because you can focus on the nuances with that type of game layout. Not so much if you're trying to do this, because it becomes incredibly unbalanced, as most people like to say, when it comes to character design. Like, for example, this game, Yakuza 4, there are people on the Akiyama train, there are people on the Tanamura train, and they constantly compare each character on their balance and contribution to the whole product. When really you're comparing 0. It's like you either have the character or you don't have the character. That is the perspective of a development cycle for a game that has to create separate playing experiences for characters. They either make the cut or they don't. It's not which character was their favorite out of the 4. You're talking about cutting a character for another character. Well, in most modern standards, you keep the best character and have everything complement the best character. So after Yakuza 5, which features 5 characters, it gets trimmed to 2 for more focused, like I said focus twice, intimate look at 2 characters, which is Kiryu and Majima in Yakuza 0. Then they reduced it to 1.5 characters in Yakuza 6, and in Yakuza Like a Dragon 7, 1 core character. But in the meantime, though, the Judgment series tried to retain that too, but it's still just 1 character. And then a DLC focuses on 1 character, but a different character. So what they're doing now is they're adhering to the modern standard where you keep focus. It's less distracting. It's a really big minus in this day and age to ever recommend, in my opinion, storytelling like Yakuza 4 or 5. It is a niche area. Those games that make the niche storytelling where it features lots of characters and you always have to abandon your sentimentalism and then start over with a new character, constantly doing that over and over again, it makes it very fragmented experience. But those games that do that knock it out of the park because they have to do so much right to be successful in a niche group, because there are very high standards that are required to succeed in a small market. So Octopath Traveler is a great series example of that type of storytelling that is mainstream-ish enough that is making money, but it pales in comparison to another game that features 1 character, and you just center around that 1 character, and that character has to be the universal likeness of as many players as possible so that people would buy the game, because empathy is one of the biggest sellers, right? So what do those characters look like in video games? They're beyond human. They have rarely any flaws. If they have flaws, they're redeemed, because you have to make people want to play the character. If you have 1 character, it has to appeal to a lot of things. When you have multiple characters, you're going to only certain characters are going to appeal to certain characters. And what does that do? It creates a fragmented loss of value in the game. So for example, in this game, if you give it to a modern standard gamer who has expectations, the person will likely say Akiyama is great. It resonates with most people because Akiyama is a dream character. He is a character that is legitimately larger than life and very positive forward. The moment you use Saejima, you're gonna lose like 20 to 30% of the players who don't like how stubborn he is or how broody he is. And then when you hit Tanemura, you're going to lose another 40% because Tanemura is kind of has a play style that's very defensive. And then when you hit Kiryu, it's like, all right, that's pretty all right, but, you know, he's not as cool as Akiyama. So generally speaking, any game that has multiple characters, it allows the developer to create actual human beings, in my opinion. They are more likely to create dynamic characters because there's less room. It's ironic. I know this is counterintuitive. If you focus on one character, it leaves a lot of room to develop them and make them dynamic. But what they can't do is they can't make the character non-empathetic. Like, you cannot make a character that strays too far to an extreme, because if you had to play that character the entire game and you hate how extreme they are, you'll never finish the game. You don't want to see it ever. So to me, this type of storytelling has failed. Like, it has failed the modern standard. Like, it does not. So it becomes niche, basically. If you're making a character that isn't all around a good guy, all around redeemable, all around being able to turn into the thing you want the character to be, basically choice matters kind of stuff, like make him a good guy if you feel like being a good guy, make him a bad guy if you feel like you're a little naughty, you know, kind of thing. If it doesn't empathize, that game is going to sell poorly because the center figure, you can't relate to it. So this game inherently, Yakuza 4, and specifically Yakuza 4, is a big risk. The more characters you have, the more likely that percentage of the game will be at risk of loss. So when you're a niche person, you're looking for variety. You're looking for things that isn't pandering to you. So that's why I love these games specifically, and I consider myself an unpopular, opinionated gamer, because I like being disgusted or seeing things that are incomplete or damaged people or things that we kind of want to get away from in video games. So if you're a person who goes to video games to escape, for example, everything that character is probably everything you wish you were. The more you become attached to a video game's protagonist that is larger than life, is pretty much embodying your dreams. You want to be that character, and that's great. I think that's very healthy for people to escape using that. I just don't play video games for escapism because I'm really happy. I'm like a person who is worldly enough to know I prefer my characters being interesting takes on actual characters. I'm not running away from real life when I play video games. I want to live the life that I don't get to live. So I want developers to tell their story through the game because I cannot live their life, which are real life. You know, like, it's a projection of themselves. What other people can't see, in my opinion, when they're escaping on gaming, is it mars the way their mindset does. When this game is garbage, it's not lining up with their logic or their execution, it's garbage. So they're not looking for empathy. They're looking for pandering. The modern gamer, in my opinion, is super receptive to that because they want to live a fantasy. They want to feel good, to feel powerful, feel magnanimous, or feel like they can do anything in a video game, and that sells, and it's great. I'm just not a person who's looking to escape my own real life. I just want to see other people's real life, their work and stuff. So when someone says, is there enough content, like in a different context, it's like, well, it's enough content for those people who are making the game for you. It's never going to be enough for you because the game is a projection of them. Go play a mainstream game. That's if you want enough content, if you want to feel good, if you want to have high value, play a game from a developer. It's in this case, it's actually more important to understand the publisher because the executives, because if they value their gaming audience, like the money, if they value you as a player, a prospective customer more, the product will sell itself because it's pandering to you. It's trying to draw you in. When a game tries to push me away, like, hey guys, like, I know. Hear me out. This game's not for everyone. It's kind of kooky. Like, I know you've never played a game like this. Are you willing to buy the game and trust me? You bet I would. Because I'm not looking for a game that tells me what I like. I want a game that tells me what the developer think I might like. Because it's not interesting. It's not interesting at all exploring myself. I'm not there to make myself feel better. I already feel pretty great about myself in general. So this is it. Like when doing Tanamura, most people would stop here. I think 70 to 80% of players aren't going to finish this game because it ends right here. When they reach Tanamura, the game just ends. And they never get to Kiryu, and they'll just watch a video for the rest of the stuff. Yakuza 3, none of the sub-stories. Actually, I think most people probably quit after the first boss fight with Rikia. They might quit before Rikia. They will definitely quit after Tamashiro. Like I would say 70 to 80% of the players would stop playing the game after Tamashiro, which is only like 5 hours into the game. If you skip pretty much everything that most people don't care about, because people don't care about other people's lives. They don't care about it's kind of ironic because one of the selection factors for these games is that you have to be interested in Japanese culture, right? But I actually think because it is a Japanese, it's incredibly Japanese, that those people demonstrate just how little they care about the Japanese culture. They care about the game, like how the game plays. They don't care about the intellectual side of things, which is what I'm discussing here. I am playing the game right now. Just discussing this thing is part of what makes this game interesting to me. The idea that you can talk about these things, this design choice, and because if I play a mainline game, right, I don't have to explain much. It's a mainstream game. So all the games I play, including these, are not yet mainstream. Like I still can't consider this mainstream. So I have yet to get to a mainstream. Yakuza 0 is the least explanation that I have to make. So if someone catches me playing Yakuza 0, I don't have to explain much. It's like, what is this game about? It's about two characters who are on a path of redemption. And they have ups and downs, but they're really likable characters. Like, what does the gameplay like? It plays like a street brawler that you would probably imagine, because it's refined enough to be a memorable experience to people who can relate in the mainstream. What does Yakuza 3 play like? And then you have gatekeepers come out of the woods, or all the people who quit playing. Like, oh, I didn't really like the blocking thing and whatnot, or wow, he's so jank, he moves like a tank and you didn't have much tools. I said all those things. I said all those things because they're facts. I didn't say those things because I hate it. I absolutely love that the game did that, because I would have done the exact same thing that I did for the last 3 games. Or actually just the last game. So every one of these games, you just do a different thing. And it's great. These are sequels, but the only thing that connects their sequels are the assets. And like the mechanical stuff, like some of the legacy of the mechanical stuff. And even then, you'll know that doing the same thing, they made it loose enough that if you do the same thing, it's largely still successful. You can still brute force it, and they had to consider that. But to do the clever things, it's slightly different, and it's gonna look the same. So this is where the gatekeeping comes in, right? Someone will see someone play Yakuza 4 and 5, and they would say, "Oh, it's the same thing." Like, it looks the same. It's like, yeah, it does look the same. But it doesn't. It's not. It's incredibly different. But that's the finer details, right? The devil's in the details. And that's what makes it a gatekeeping experience. You cannot superficially demonstrate to anyone that the game is different. And it's kind of the same as like live service games. Someone who quits right away and asks you, should I return to this game? Well, if you quit right away, you might as well not return to this game. You have no way of even having the proper mindset or commitment to it. You literally phrased your question and inquiry as though you wanted me to tell you not to return to the game. It's not a mainstream game. I think it's been a while. Now that I think about it, I don't remember which game I played when it was mainstream. The closest game that I can say that I played that it is now mainstream is Hades, Supergiant Games. But I played it well before it was mainstream. It's kind of like watching an Academy Award movie, right? And then it gets the Academy Award, and then now everyone's interested in it. So I haven't been in a position where I should be playing Diablo 4 right now, basically, right? So, and unfortunately, I would love to like something mainstream, but it hasn't. The opportunity hasn't come yet. To relate it back to Yakuza, though, I hope this becomes mainstream, and I can talk about it. That'd be great. And I hope I don't become a gatekeeper. Like, what I mean is, I hope I don't inadvertently become a toxic gatekeeper, which can happen because it's an emotional process. So, basically, someone say, "Oh, can you tell me about the other games? Because I really like Yakuza, or Like a Dragon 8, maybe next year, right? Yakuza, Like a Dragon 8 is like, hey, can you tell me of the old games?" And I was like, all right, here. And then I become very overwhelming. And then the guy would be like, that seems like a lot of work. And then I would like be a defensive or something by saying more about the games. That's basically the pattern of gatekeeping. You become so emotionally invested that it sounds like you're just constantly defending, but you have so much baggage. There's so much behind it. And I'm already doing that to some extent already for like Yakuza 4 and 5 and 3. It's an emotional, it's like, that's the human condition. This is where he meets Akiyama. Have a little powwow. They sort it out. They talk about Yasuko. Anyways, refocusing. It's just a slight digression, but it's very relevant to RGG's position right now. They get caught up. Both of them exchange intels on the Yasuko and Saejima and Katsuragi thing. At this point, Tanomura doesn't know who Kido is. Akiyama just walks to the side and talking about Keto. And then now he introduces what Keto is doing, which is looking at after Arai. And then Tanemura is filling in that Arai is working for Katsuragi now, and Shibata is dead. Yep, there it is. So this is where they look for the second Ueno Seiwa clan member who survived. Arai shot the other guy. And then we go to the docks and entrap Sugiyuchi. Mishima. Mishima is his name. There's no way I would have remembered that, unfortunately. I have my hearts sort of set on the idea that maybe this game, this franchise, like this game series, is gonna be my ticket into being hip with the kids, but at the same time be like a resident sleeper gatekeeper status. I do the thing like, well, you know, here's an interesting trivia about Like a Dragon 8 that comes from Kiwami 1, you know, like that kind of thing. Just something interesting. It's difficult to know though, because it's not yet on the level of truly mainstream. And the downside about truly mainstream stuff is it comes with the brutal expectations of the modern gamer. And the modern gamer is not friendly. Is very not friendly. And what I mean by not friendly, I mean they just have very self-centered standards. And when you have a bunch of people with self-centered standards, it's incredibly hard on a developer, and with the pressure, the full force of an executive organization pushing them to make the most likable, universally likable thing. Yeah, they have no foundations in reality, yeah. Especially one that is and it's exceptionally true when the standards are based on individualism. Right? Because the reality is we are a collective. When products are made, products are sold, it's a collective. However, the standards are built on individual desires. So the more that is set up for a brand, RGG hopefully is not communicating that. In my opinion, it actually works against their design. They could decide to change their design, which is slowly changing, right? Their direction. To me, that would be a loss in identity, but at the same time, it would be a gain in safety. It would be a gain in design that caters to a mass audience. Because the last thing you want to see is like a fall from grace, which happens quite often with their break into mainstream. So, for example, Yakuza Like a Dragon, which is number 7, what made a controversial change, and the gatekeepers came out to take a dunk on turn-based gaming that is a compromise between being the most reasonably approachable mechanically wise while trying to maintain the highest quantity of character designs and character variety, right? So what I saw was a company, a developer group that made the risk of balancing, making it accessible and still having enough of the old identity to not have the gatekeepers bury the game. And now what they're doing is they're running parallel projects. One that caters to the old beat 'em up formation, which is like a Dragon Gaiden, which was really announced. And I have no reservations or hesitations that Like a Dragon 8 is going to continue the higher accessible design that is allowing more people to enjoy their products, but at the same time it also welcomes more criticism with more and more entrants. The more popular it becomes, the more individualized perspectives that you have to cater to. As a great example of how legacy has fallen and bit developers is the dichotomy between individuals who have to review variety of things versus a consumer that only buys into selective things. That would be any game with a long legacy. Diablo 4 is a great example. Street Fighter 6 is a great example. If you look at it, there's going to be a dichotomy. The difference between someone who has to do it for a profession that evaluates multiple things, i.e. the critics as a group, and then players who simply are looking for the same thing. And a very specific same thing. If it's repetitive and similar and non-novel, but it doesn't cater to them, it's unacceptable. It's absolutely a 0 out of 10. But if it's exactly what they want and it's basically nothing new, it's a 10 out of 10. So the bipolarness of that reflects the modern standards. And some part of me say that I think RGG is up to it. Like, this studio is up to it. But it will ultimately be a burden, in my opinion, to create for a larger audience. And that's the compromise, because what is their compensation? They get more production costs, more time, money, right? So it's the compensation for having to deal or having to circumvent that or find a compromise. What's the other alternative? The creators leave and go back to the niche scene. So to talk about RGG, two of the founders or two of the mainstay creators and the one founder, Nagoshi, left, like on mutual terms. I would suspect, at least that's the impression, and he just decided to create his own studio to, you know, continue making his different ideas, his niche ideas, or whatever direction they want. And often the gamer would compare it to, like, oh, this is basically Like a Dragon. Like, most people will say, like, oh, Nagoshi's probably going to make a Like a Dragon clone, but slightly different. Like, that makes all the difference in the creative process. Like, Callisto Protocol got reamed outside of the technical things for creative limitations. It's like, but that is the difference. That the nuances of the different approaches is why it doesn't cater to a mass audience. And how did Callisto Protocol perform? Well, it's everyone who assumed the mainstream expectations and thrown onto a niche game. That's what happened, right? So you want to divorce yourself from the legacy, because that legacy will create dissonance. A clever way is usually to introduce another title to it. It's usually sufficient, right? So the Judgment series and this game had a spin-off, the Judgment series and Lost Judgment. And they divorced itself enough, even though mechanically, some people will say on the surface, like, oh, it's the same. It's like, well, what is the meat of Like a Dragon games? They're protagonists, they're characters. It's not the same in Judgment and Lost Judgment. It's like, well, yeah, sure, that guy's a detective. Yagami is a detective. It's like, that makes all the difference. It's the nuance. That's why they had creative differences. That's why it doesn't go under the title of Like a Dragon, right? If you understand RGG enough and their legacy, you get to have a more realistic expectation and realistic standard. But generally speaking, in my opinion, the vast majority of gamers are more concerned about how they feel as opposed to what the developer is trying to tell them or trying to experience. Reading books is not a thing anymore, because if you read a book, the old school books, they are not about how trying to get you to have a profound realization about yourself in the way that panders to you. Books don't pander. Like classic books don't pander. They tell you what is on the mind of the person who wrote the book. And that's what inspires you to do things. If you spend most of your time playing video games and thinking about how you feel about things, you're not really learning anything new, to be honest. Not disproportionately compared to trying to learn what the developers are trying to do. It is so much exponentially harder and much more you're able to extract much more information when you try to do that. And sometimes it's just so hard that usually escapism doesn't accommodate that. Escapism, like from real life to relieve stress and stuff, that's a self-help kind of thing. So it's very cathartic, and I understand that. I can't recommend these games for that type of person, because there are, in the terms of the goal of what the purpose of a video game is, to, I would say 80 to 90% of people who spend money is that the money must pander to that value. So if a gamer buys $60, the developer has to pander to them to convince them their pandering is worth $60. Not when you watch a movie and it's an awful experience, but it is still $20. Like, whether you like it or not, that's not the intent. It is $20 because that was the cost of that they determined was the value of their work in a way that's sustainable, right? So my goal often is not whether this game is worth $60, is if they told something that's a little hard to phrase. Like, if I feel like it's worth $60, I'm trying to figure out what they feel is $60. And then I can understand what their next games are going to be. And the game after that, I can better begin to understand what the creators think is $60. Lots of influencers do the thing where like, oh yeah, so this game is totally not worth $60. It's like, you think this game is totally not worth $60. There's no argument at all that the developers and executives agree that this is worth $60. So most reviewers, in my opinion, is trying to cater to mainstream thought, which is the consumer determines the value of the product. It's like, no, they don't. Actually, logically, the value of the product is already determined before you actually review the product. So what is a bigger challenge that's interesting? Figuring out why they think this is $60. In my opinion, obviously, I have an unpopular opinion. My favorite thing about experiencing things is I want to know why you think this is $15. Like, if you told me you can offer me a service for $10 and you can do all that stuff, I want to know why you think, and if I can see it in their product, if I can see why they decided that is supposed to be $15. Instead of, do I think it's $15? I'm going to be honest. If you ask that question to yourself long enough, the answer is always free. What I mean is, after you ask that question about yourself, what is it worth? Enough times, it's going to be, it can always be free. And even free things will eventually become, it's not worth it. How many times do you hear that all the time? It's like, well, this game has a paywall. Or this game has what else do I have to pay for here? It's like you don't pay for anything, you actually play. So when you play, it's like, oh, I can't play this because there's money on it. It's like, well, yeah, but you already played some, like, your frame of mind is that you must be able to play something before you pay for it. I mean, have you created something and what you do is to make money, you give away your product to as many people as possible and have them voluntarily choose if they want to pay you. Just ask yourself if you can do that. I certainly find I would be it's very with great reservation, but probably pretty safe that to say that most people can't even flip the script and say that with confidence and put their money where their mouth is. So when you start reviewing a product, I would say a really wonderful review would be to have both the consumer's perspective and the consumer's perspective in an attempt to understand the creator's perspective. So it is far more interesting when you start comparing and contrasting. Do my personal experiences and my value system line up with the developers and the executives? If you get a sponsorship, it's not about the money they pay you. It's about if you trust the product and stand by the product. That's my personal opinion. I would love that. And if RGG were to say, hey, would you represent your product? And I would be like, yes, absolutely. As long as you're not pandering to mainstream people. Because they don't represent my perspective on things. If you continue to represent your unadulterated vision, that is what I stand for, in my opinion. I want creators to not be restricted by the constant selfish requirements of other people. And unfortunately, that's just not practical, right? It's a standard that's not bound in reality. People pay for what they want, usually. That's the easiest way. That's the lowest effort to get what they want. I don't want, like, even I can't say I don't want to pay $100 for a bad steak, right? So that's fair. Just saying, though, in terms of creative products, it's a really tough ask for me to try to mainstream products. Like, why don't I play mainstream products and see if I can do the same thing? It's a diffusion of responsibility. I don't have to defend mainstream products. They speak for themselves, right? So if you ever want to really be like the GOATs, right, have opinions that reflect mainstream, like YouTube, be a great content creator, you play mainstream games. And not because they are popular and people want to hear your opinion, is that you can get into the mindset of the mainstream games. Like, playing mainstream games conditions you to have a mainstream thought process, a mainstream mindset. Over time, it will normalize that. And because of that, when you do those things, you resonate and more people will resonate with you because the experiences overlap. So how do you become popular intuitively for mainstream series? Play a Souls game. Inherently, you will have more people resonate with you even without thinking about it, strategically without. So it's kind of like if you can't beat them, join them kind of situation, but from a psychological perspective. You inherently, naturally intuit people's feelings better if you're experiencing the same things. And like what I mean is, yeah, so you can differ like in a very gatekeepy way, like really deep down. But on the surface level, if you like mainstream games, it makes you mainstream mindset and it creates togetherness. So I am now officially pandering to a niche group, and pandering to a niche group does not carry weight. So niche people, those who have niche thoughts, like selective thoughts and eccentricity, they rarely ever go into a feedback loop in which they convince themselves that gaslighting people about their own personal stuff is reality. So, for example, if you're always doing mainstream stuff, eventually you'll collectively resonate with more people. It gives you the thought that what you say becomes facts about valuation, and in general. But things that are objectively true, accurate, and false does not depend on how popular it is. That's where the dissonance comes from. So then you get to the point where I'm really popular. Lots of people resonate with me. So what I say is probably really true and worth a lot of value for the reality of the things. It's like, yes and no. It is worth a lot to a lot of people. It doesn't necessarily constitute it's the best, or even accurate for that matter. And you lose sight of that because you are popular. And that's what creates mainstream standards. They're not bound in reality. They are a standard created by popularism. And I fear sometimes I do that too. I mean, like, I'm a human being too. But it's been a while. It's been a while since I've been part of that collective, where just so happens my identity and my enjoyment is just summarized by mainstream game design. The closest I've ever gotten in that is I really love World of Warcraft when it was around, right? When I was doing that. And RTSs, real-time strategy games, and JRPGs. There were heights. There were peak golden years. Like, when you talk about this, you didn't need to explain very much. You'd say, I'm playing Final Fantasy. And then anyone who's ever seen, talked about or played a Final Fantasy game, they had this instant connection. There's no explanation, no discussion. And in my opinion, it's intellectually boring, but emotionally rewarding. Most thing, in my maybe a slight hot take, is that most things that are emotionally rewarding is intellectually boring. It's not intellectually intriguing or challenging or helping you develop or learn or grow as a person. They're very inversely proportional to each other. So while you can feel heartwarmy, comfortable, and nice, you're learning less and less and less. When you learn a lot and struggle and like you have no idea what you're doing, your emotional intelligence go down. Like your emotional savory, like you feel frustrated, anger and stuff. But hey, you're learning a lot. Like you're growing a lot. You have to adapt incredibly. So that intellectual reward goes up when emotional reward goes down, usually. And it's a human condition. It's phrased in many different ways, obviously. Trying something that's really hard, and the next thing you get a lot of gains, right? But it's really because of the intellectual challenge and how interesting it is. It's interesting that you failed. It's interesting that it's hard. However, the big however is there's a diminished return when you make something you are very emotionally comfortable with harder. When you make something you're emotionally comfortable with harder, it becomes less and less rewarding. So if you get really good at something, say you get really good at Souls game, you play another Souls game, it's like, oh, it has to get harder. We need it even harder so I can get reward. That reward is even less rewarding the second time around, the third time around, because you actually aren't learning more. You're learning as least as possible while it's still being comfortable. Playing a different game, like going from a Souls game to a puzzle game, it's like WTF. How do I get into the mindset of a puzzle game? Every single second you want to quit the game, but you still power through. you are astronomically learning more in that situation. Your intellectual reward is off the charts. Your emotional reward is gone. It's just sapped out of nowhere because you don't want to play the game anymore, right? But you still do it. That's usually life pleasures is countered by life obligations. Active challenges are countered by passive challenges. A passive challenge is to make money, to get a job. An active challenge is choosing what kind of job, for example, getting a job you choose, but then you go into passive, or like, for example, you choose to beat a game as opposed to needing to finish a day's work at a job. One's passive, one's active, and it takes away from each other. And it's also inversely correlating to how you feel in rewarding, intellectual reward and emotional reward. Jobs are typically and more likely to be intellectually rewarding, but emotionally not rewarding compared to choosing to play a video game, because the video game you choose tend to be emotionally rewarding, and because it's emotionally rewarding, generally speaking, you're playing within your comfort zone, so you are less likely to apply yourself. In a job, you're more likely to be obligated to do something you didn't think you want to do or didn't know you had to do. You didn't have any control over it. The odds of a job challenging you intellectually is far greater than the odds of a video game you choose. And it's even lower if you choose a mainstream game, because a mainstream game is used to draw in the largest audience, and it's agreeable to the largest audience. What FromSoft did was unprecedented, in my opinion. They came out of a design that tries to lower emotional reward as much as possible by making the game hard, like high fail rates. It was a game for a time that no one asked for, and then they popularized it. That's great. So it is possible to normalize certain designs. And then now I'm just going to take it back because we're going to probably mark this under a digression at this point. This RGG represents, they're close to that point where they have to decide whether intentionally or not, they have to decide if they're going to make their game mainstream or not. And when they do, Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5 will likely not exist. Like the design language of 4 and 5 will give way to something else. Because in my opinion, not my feelings, just in my opinion, the design language of this is not popular right now. It just isn't. And that's what makes it interesting to talk about for me. Because I can't have this discussion with a mainstream game. What do I talk about? Oh, this is basically like this game, which is basically like this game, which they release like every 3 years, and it's very successful. You can't talk about a game that's mainstream because it has most of the design languages of mainstream games. It makes them successful and very popular. I can talk at forever about this because it's unique to RGG, because you don't make games like this anymore, not for the time being. If they stuck to their guns, which I could see RGG doing, like sticking to their guns, I don't think the SEGA publishing group has a history of sticking to their guns over time. Like even the Sonic team had to like matriculate and incorporate things. And I haven't played the other Yakuza games, but I'm seeing it even before playing it, that It's getting closer to that. Like, I kind of like it because I have mainstream desires too. Like, as much as I want to 100% all the mini games again, you don't really have to do that anymore because it's a modern standard. How do you lower the threshold of completing this game? You don't ask to do it, right? That's like Yakuza 4 is a great example. The Steam achievements are closer to the modern standards than the game itself. Like, to 100% this game would take just as long as like Yakuza 0, more or less. But Yakuza 0 was a compromise. They wanted to capture an introduction of what makes Yakuza big, which is the 100%ing and the crazy amount of activities that you have to complete in its entirety, but at the same time streamlining Yakuza 5 storytelling, right? So you get a little bit of old Yakuza and more the future of new Yakuza. And then as it's going, it gets even more. Yeah, like what I was about to say about when we start Yakuza 6, I will likely complete Yakuza 6 before Yakuza 5. Because the modern standard for Yakuza 6 is really low. Kiwami 2 is kind of ironic because someone came to my stream earlier and talked about that they played Like a Dragon games, and they specifically point out that Kiwami 2 was really atrocious and torturous or takes a really long time. Kiwami 2 is the modern standard. It took the least amount of times. In fact, I like 30 to 40% of it was bootstrapped with very little refinement. It was no trial and error. Like it was really fast. Like Kiwami 2 was just smooth sailing, and that's the modern standard. It's great. Every moment is very meaningful. Every moment is well tuned. It's responsive. It's kind of ironic because what constitutes as responsive to a person is whatever they're used to. So if you go from Kiwami 1, which have different styles, and go to Kiwami 2, the first thing they're going to say is, I love my styles. The first thing I'll say is, you mean you like the idea of styles? Because what they did was they streamlined all the utility that most people use and took away the styles, as in like in flavor. You don't have to swap styles anymore to do all the efficient moves that you would have done from those different styles. It's kind of like saying, I'll advertise myself as 4 different people. Okay. So because I'm 4 different people, I'm fascinating. And then you find out that I'm one person pretending to 4 people, and now I'm no longer interesting because I'm no longer those 4 people. It's like you're still those 4 people. It just compartmentalize those things. So like Yakuza 4 would be, oh man, it's still not as good as Kiwami 1 because all 4 of the characters don't have 4 styles. It's like, those are 4 characters and there are 4 styles. And Kiryu just happens to have the fighting style of all 4 of those characters. So regardless of your emotional baggage and sentimentalism, the facts are the game design did not change. You are emotionally gaslighting yourself to thinking that a specific flavor changes the way the game plays. However, instead of trying to convince them what they feel, because no, you don't want to gaslight. In my opinion, I discourage gaslighting people to changing their opinion and their feelings. I was trying to figure out, what was it then? It's definitely not the styles and the moves, because most of Kiwami 2 streamlined all the moves that the vast majority of people don't use, and they keep the moves that it did keep, so it flows, right? One flows into another. One, you don't have like this jank where like, okay, I can't do anything to this guy lying on the ground because this character's style doesn't have anything for that. Or you can go back to the style things like, oh, I need to switch to the style so I can do it on the ground. Well, they just remove that. They just Now you don't have to switch styles. You just do it. It's one person. That's kind of the idea. So, I lost my original train of thought, unfortunately. It's a point of perspective. Oh yeah, looking for what really is. So I started thinking maybe it's the change in the Dragon engine. That's what my first thought is. So basically how collision models work, how the hurt boxes work, and how momentum works. Because that could fundamentally change what didn't fundamentally change, which are the moves. Like the idea of how many moves you can do, how it's structured is identical. Like what I mean is they streamlined. It's not like identical in the sense that one has less moves and one has more moves, but those moves were streamlined in a way that it would, if you detach yourself from your sentimentalism, you would realize it would be very obvious that, oh heck, all these flow now. You can kick a lot of butt really fast. But what was it about the butt kicking that made it didn't sit well? Well, it's not the one for one lifting of moves, the moveset. It's probably the engine. The way frames work is slightly different. Like, it's different enough that this person doesn't feel like they have the same control anymore. And that's fair. I think that's a fairer assessment. So it happens so often with sequels. It happens so often with franchises. And the remark that I made to such a person was that, what does RGG do every time? And then if you feel like you're frustrated by this and you feel like RGG should not do this, what do they typically do? Like, how are you surprised by this? Or how do you have emotional expectations that can cause you to view a game negatively? Well, in RGG standards, there's no indication that fighting styles, design language, and the actual, like, mechanics and the timing and stuff ever stay the same between games. In fact, it's one of my favorite aspects of understanding what RGG does. They constantly slightly tweak. Maybe it's just a coincidence because they're always trying something new, but it is constantly slightly different to the point it will never sit well to someone who doesn't understand who they're playing, like the game that they're playing, the creators of the game that they're playing. It's kind of like going into what is this, like, sentimentalism argument about expectations. It's like I hate cats, so I'm going to the theater to watch a cat movie knowing I think I hate cats. What's going to happen? You're going to hate the cats. What else were you going to say? Like, what are you going to learn from that? You learn nothing, in my opinion. You confirmed something. You confirmed that you hate cats. Great. Nice. So if you ever want to have an intellectual conversation with me and try to tell me something intellectually, unless you're just looking for affirmation and feelings, that's fair. Like, if you're there to share your feelings, I have no disagreements with that. But it is not intellectually enlightening. You're not profound, and you're not sharing reality if how you evaluate things is from your lens only. Because when you tell someone, like, oh yeah, this game not as good because they decided to change this up. Like, okay, so what are you telling me about the game? That's like, are you telling me something that's true that I can use to inform my decision? No, you're not. You're just sharing your opinion. If you're my friend, it means something to me. If I trust you, it means something to me. I get to know your opinion. It does not reflect on the developer or the executive, in my opinion. by coincidence, it could be true and lots of people agree with you, that still does not reflect or give you insight to the developer or executive. You rarely put your feet in their position. Like, what do they usually do? What are the facts? Well, in RGG standpoint, the combat always changes. There's no reason to ever expect that you play a sequel and it doesn't change fundamentally. Even to the point where I am kind of... I want to applaud RGG for taking the brave step of making Yakuza Like a Dragon, which is number 7, a turn-based game. Like, how fundamentally can you make it different? You get rid of the whole system. And then still try to capture the system by changing the timing of the thing. They literally changed the timing. It went from a turn-based game to... And then people are like, oh, it doesn't play the same anymore. It's not live, and my favorite moves are gone. It's like, no, they're not. Your inputs is different. What's different from timing things? Not timing things. That's still a different approach to changing the timing. What is it? It's still a Like a Dragon game. But if you ask someone who's emotionally gaslighting themselves to thinking they are the reason why games exist and games should be made, they would say, that's not my Yakuza. It's not my Like a Dragon. It's like, well, it was never yours to begin with, in my opinion. Like, factually, reality, you do not own Like a Dragon. You play something that's a privileged position by people who create the game. You are not the creator of the game. So it would be very encouraging and profound and useful if you are a person who's able to speak and evaluate on the vision of something you love. Not something you think you create, but you actually don't. So things like, man, this game would be so much better if they did this and this and this. It's like you don't make this game. That's non-constructive. Like, you're sharing your opinion, that's great. Like, say, I think it would be better with this and this, but then I need to know what the developers want. Because if I say the games would be better doing this, why didn't the developers think this way? Can you tell me why the developers choose not to do it this way? And then contrast it with yourself, then you can say, oh, I get it. So if I do it my way, the developers would have to give up their vision of this way. So if we had to compromise, I would say the developer makes a good point here, and I make a good point here. So what if we took a little from this idea and make a new thing? That would be profound, self-constructing, standardized, because there are things to compare. But instead, it's just opinions. Like one-sided opinions. And I call those op-eds. I don't know what other people call them. But whenever you see a change, policy, lots of current events recently, if it's one-sided opinions, it's not constructive, in my opinion. It's an affirmation of something that person believes in. And you're entitled to that. It helps you feel secure, what have you. You get paid for it. You're probably very successful for being very opinionated, but it's non-constructive. One-sided arguments are non-constructive. To be constructive, you have to reach interpersonally. So, for example, you can even have a conversation with yourself. Is it constructive until you can figure out how you're feeling now? So, for example, you could say, you're the best player ever. I don't know, in Fortnite or something. You're the best player in Fortnite. It's like, but are you? Have you had a discussion with yourself? Like, what is the facts from a best... What would the best Fortnite player look like? And if you know that, then you can compare it to what you think is the best Fortnite player, which is you. So you have nothing to compare it with. It's non-constructive if you have no interpersonal comparisons. There are no standards. Standards are not grounded because they have no foundation. Like most of the standards that people expect have no foundation. Here's a great hot take. What is the foundation of a video game? The developer's vision. Do you even know the developer's vision? If you don't, your opinion is foundationless. There's no amount of criticism or review that you have if you have no foundation. Like, this game sucks compared to the developer's vision? Like, what are you comparing it to? It's like, oh, this other game I arbitrarily... So not the developer's vision. It's your opinion of another game. You're comparing your opinion of another game to your opinion of the current game. So you're comparing a foundationless standardized expectation review to another foundationless expectation review and sell it off as a way to evaluate a product. I can't see the merits in that, other than making you feel really good, making other people feel really great, making other people trust you and love you. Mercy's, what you call it? What is it? Just, bad feelings deserve companies, and good feelings deserve companies. So it makes you very popular. It makes you very sensational. It's not constructive. But please. Like, I know it sounds really straightforward, like cold and whatnot. It doesn't have to be constructive. I'm not saying constructive criticism is the gold standard. But selling it as constructive criticism when you have no foundations to compare it to is not constructive. And misleading people to tell them that it is constructive can hurt more people than help. And that's kind of how a video game evaluation happens nowadays. It's like, oh yeah, someone asked me for an opinion about this game. I'll tell them what I think to the best of my ability. I'll tell the people to the best of my ability, when I play this game, what do I think the developers want to do? And then tell them how I feel about that design choice and what I want from that design choice, and then explain that the developers are probably not going in that direction. And one thing I like is, I really like the design language of Yakuza 4 and 5, but there is no amount of data that I would say is suggesting strongly that they are keeping to this direction. It's sad, bittersweet for me personally, but I do not sideline the developer's intent, what they need to do, what is expected of them, and it gives weight to them. And it also opens a dialogue, because if the developer says, nah, you're way off your high horse, I get a chance to talk to them. That's where the constructive criticism becomes. But no, instead, nowadays is, I really like this. What is the most hot topic stuff that people sell these days? Like personal opinion tier lists, like lists. So what is your opinion on this? It's like, well, I don't like it. Take it or leave it. Yeah, it feels like a 7 out of 10. And I still do that. I participate in it. It's a very fun thing to do. So I give these numbers, but it is so much less. It's so much less de-emphasized. Like, I've de-emphasized that. You can't really, what does that number even mean? I don't really know. Because for me, I've always said this constantly. What's your favorite game right now? The game I'm playing. Is this game enjoyable? I'm playing it right now. So yes. Like, is this game, do you like this game? It's like, well, I mean, if I don't like it, I wouldn't be playing it right now. So, is this game, what would you give this game? A 10 out of 10, because I'm playing it right now. It's like, well, do you ever give a game, bad remarks, it's like, well, yes, and I give it a 10 out of 10 because I hate it. Because it's an experience that is different. Now, I do give lower scores, but the lower scores is from the perspective of the consumer. And the lower scores is from the perspective of the majority consumer trying to understand the developers. So, for example, I kind of, from this game, from Yakuza 0 to Yakuza 4, I understand RGG well enough in those weird periods and whatnot that I would say it's pretty confident that I can say something about what RGG has made or intended to make that may or may not resonate with the consumer, which may or may not reflect me. So I tend to differentiate where I agree with the common consumer and then where I don't agree with the common consumer. And I've evaluated to the best of my ability what RGG has made and their intended vision, and then score based on that. If they overlap completely, then it's a 10 out of 10. If it doesn't overlap well, you start subtracting points. This game, which I'll evaluate after we finish, which we should get going, a lot of these remarks will be repeated. But that's where we're going to stop for the digression. I don't know what I'm going to title this, though. Anyways. Looking at different tier lists is kind of fun for me, especially when a few experienced people have completely different tier lists of the same purpose. You know what that tells me? When the tier list is not the same, just slight hot take, we'll digress it maybe in the future about different tier. When a tier list varies incredibly, it's the most interesting thing ever. It's a great, interesting product. If the tier list is exactly identical, it's super balanced, it's consistent, it's boring. And what I mean by boring is it is mainstream. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's consistent. That means it's not interesting anymore. You don't have to look for anything. Everyone agrees. Everyone agrees. That boring. Not the boring that makes you feel like you're depressed. It's boring as in, if everybody typically agrees on the same thing, it's super consistent. It meets expectations. So you don't have to talk about anything. Everyone agrees. It's just, that's it. And that would mean that the developers did really well, though. It would mean that they had a consistent design, and if it's really popular, it's considered mainstream. But the opposite is, if it's completely different, it's controversial. So you can dig deep as heck because people can't agree. It's controversial. That's super interesting. What the heck? Are you playing the same game kind of situation? Like, I'm playing this game and you're playing this game and we have no overlapping comments. That has got to be some of the most interesting products ever. That's kind of with enough context, but we're talking about video games here. So there are other situations that we're talking about, like product reliability. There are ones that are double standards. They don't, like, we're talking about creative products, like products that are just bound by subjectivity, as opposed to, does this food have poison or not? We can probably agree that we all would favor food that isn't poisoned. We're not talking about those things. Not like bound by, they can't be flexible, like not objective stuff. We're talking about subjective stuff. And tier lists, that's why I still watch tier lists, by the way. Like, I just made I threw some shade at influencers who do tier lists of their own opinions. No, that's a really wonderful resource. I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. In fact, if they continue to do that, you can take 5 people's tier lists and compare them. And that's how I figure out what's interesting to talk about. It's the meta of the tier list. So when a tier list varies, like you said, Worm, I typically focus on those things. Because the other stuff, you could just have one tier list. Just look at one tier list and you just say that, and everyone's on the same page. That's your experience with Brawlhalla. There's barely anything people agree on universally. I wonder how it is in other... I mean, Brawlhalla is great. Like it's a controversial. It keeps drawing more popularity, so it tracks a lot. It's very accessible. There's a thing about platform brawlers that is quite an ingenious way to like capture controversy while also catering to loyalty. Well, that's another big game design thing, but I haven't done anything that would make me talk about that too often. All right, let's refocus. And we got to do this victory lap. All right. So basically where we are is Tanomura is basically saying, Sugiyuchi, I have great perception. And I've already came to the conclusion that you're a scumbag. No, I'm just kidding. That he's getting paid by someone. Like all the clues that he's not what he appears to be. And then he got Tokyo PD basically involved to arrest him. But he's untouchable, so they go on a boat chase scene. Naturally. Naturally, that's where it goes, right? A boat chase scene. Oh my gosh, the sensitivity. Wait, what button? Oh, it's A? Wait. Oh, it's triangle. I mean, Y. Sorry. I gotta be careful too. I can't lose, because then I would have to reload. So we gotta make sure we don't, because this could actually go south. Uh-oh. Did I just hit a boundary or something? I didn't even see what I hit there. I just need to get a life lead. And it kind of deals with the speed at which I hit him. So the closer I get, the more speed I have. Because during the ultimate match, I basically like chunked all his life because I intercepted him. I don't know the track on this, on the story mode, so I can't tell. I can't tell where he's gonna go. So I'm trying to be very careful not to screw the pooch here. Just slowly inch extra life lead. He does drain slower than me. So I can't stray too much. It's a lot easier than the challenge course. So not a lot of abrupt movements. And I think we've reached a point where it's just open, mostly. So I think we're good. Oh no. That stuff you don't want to mess around with. Okay. That was a little scary. Late turn. He can still lose me if I veer off course. Okay. Good. Good. We'll only have time to wrap up Yakuza 4, but we'll talk about a lot of the topics we talked about in the context of Yakuza 4. Yep. This is where we fisticuffs it out. Literally fisticuffs. You know, cuffs. Like handcuffs. Not the shirt sleeve cuffs, you know? I mean, there are cuffs there too. Okay. We've done this a bunch of times already, so we've fought the bosses at least a grand total of 8 plus times, like each boss, each variant at this point. All right. We're just gonna keep breaking his arm. Ow. Ow! What the heck? I wonder if I can stop him from flaming on if we keep doing this. It sounds like he's saying Ziggy Zag. Like Ziggy Zag, oi oi oi. Oh no, I forgot. I can't actually parry him when he's on fire. Run away! Run away! We are trying to stop him from doing this, basically, getting into this state. We thought we could do enough damage before this. I think he has to hit us in order to get out of that state. There it is. That's probably it? No. Ow. Oh yeah, I have this. Get wrecked. At the retaliation heat from getting grabbed. Alright. Actually, I really like this scene too. When Sugiuchi talks about finally being freed from the burden of his lies, his life. Or it might have already happened. I'm not sure. No, it hasn't happened. That soundtrack felt kind of medieval. It's a very cop drama, like boat chasey follow up. But yeah, the like the horn stuff gives you a medieval vibe too, for sure.
なんで警察官が警察官を殺さなきゃならねえんだよ。
だから言ったじゃねえか。違うんだって。俺はな、そもそも警察官じゃねえ。
The music in this game is amazing, but right now Yakuza 5 is my squeeze. The OST in Yakuza 5. Ooh.
俺と桂木はな。そっちの世界でいうとこの兄弟、つまり親友ってことだ。
なんだって？
俺初めから上の清和会側の人間なんだ。警察の内部事情をスパイするために警察学校に入り、デカになったヤクザ。それが俺だ。
あんたがヤクザ？
そうだ。
じゃあ25年前の上野義治襲撃事件の真犯人が桂木だということを俺の親父が知ってしまったから、あんたは親父を殺したのか？
そんな簡単な話じゃねえ。そんな簡単な話じゃねえんだよ。
Oh, and I know this actor. This this Japanese actor, or someone that looks remarkably like him, but I'm pretty sure it's the same actor. The guy who plays Sugiyuchi. I hope RGG becomes so mainstream enough for organized crime kind of things, where it interweaves like a lot of the organized crime peeps, like real talk, when they go actual international, right? Like a dragon bridges into other organized factions. I don't know how they're gonna weave it together, but then you could open your doors to a lot of other voice acting potential, and even and they have this. It's more common nowadays to have the likeness of the voice actor be the voice actor themselves. Like even for mainstream games that largely have
まだ生きてんのか。
limited heroes with personalities, but even the facial likeness and the performance.
こりゃ。
Rubber
冗談です
bullets.
よ。死ぬほどじゃないですが、威力は相当なもんだったでしょう。
Yeah, this part, all it is showing that Sugiyuchi is basically explaining the controversy and how Katsuragi shoots everyone after the rubber bullets, and then Sugiyuchi is the one that provides the rubber bullets, which he shows up on this scene.
以上が冴島大河による上野義治襲撃事件の顛末です。
And then this is where he tries to convince Munakata that that's just how it happened. And then Munakata wants in on it. And this is the scene I was talking about him.
宗方ひょっとして今の警視庁副総監の。
ああ、俺らのバックにはあの宗像副総監がいる。これでお前も分かっただろう。敵は果てしなく強大な存在だ。
There it is.
これで楽になった。30年だ。30年も偽りの自分を演じてきたんだ。誰にも話せず。
He's been living a lie longer than Tanemura has been alive.
この苦しみが
I think Tanemura is
お前に理
29.
解できるか。
So that gives you a perspective here between the two that's standing off, or sort of standing off.
25年前のあの日、宗像を葛城に引き合わせたあの日から、俺は警察と極道両方の犬になっちまった。本当の自分の目的なんてもうすっかり忘れちまったよ。お前はいいな。デカとして生きられて。
You're one of the good ones.
偽りとはいえ30年もデカやってるとそれなりに人に感謝されたり喜ばれたりすることもあった。
All right. I just like that particular scene to get, but we understand what happens eventually. He gets offed by a nameless hitman that was arranged by Munakata. And it's done.
そうか。
He's a butthead. And now we do Kiryu's chapter, which starts with Hamasaki washing up on shore, scaring the bejeebers out of a still traumatized Haruka. Oh, hey, thanks, John. Hello. What's up? So Hamazaki washes on. Kiryu recognizes Hamazaki. Haruka does too. She basically hates Kiryu for being so gullible and trusting, but you know, it's Kiryu. Everything's going pretty well. We're wrapping up our 5th Yakuza game. How are you? This is where Hamazaki tells Kiryu about like the money and the fake prison, more or less. And then the money that Jingu filtered from the Tojo clan used to fund the Tokyo Penitentiary, the Okinawa Penitentiary number 2 that him and Saejima broke out of. And he pleads with Kiryu to go to Kamurocho to help Saejima. But meanwhile, Haruka is struggling to trust Hamazaki because Hamazaki basically stabbed Kiryu in the gut and tried to kill him in front of her. Yeah, Yakuza is definitely a story game. And that's one of the big things. It's a ongoing organized crime slice of life drama series that carries for over 20 years plus now. So it's kind of one of those you must invest in order for that statement to be true. So a lot of people do play some of these games. A few of the new games are breaking into mainstream, but the older games are more like legacy material. However, they're all connected. So all the stories go all the way back to the first one. So it's one of the few games that carry the legacy of the characters the entire way. Just all the way to the very current release, which was the Summerfest today. They showed a gameplay trailer and story trailer of Like a Dragon Gaiden, which is the continuation of the saga that this game, Yakuza 4, carries all the way for 7 games. Or technically, 7 games. 7 games, and this would be the 8th game in this person's saga. It's the Kiryu saga of this guy. Yep, it's like a soap opera. You know, you go in. It's like a 25 seasons of Star Trek or something. Actually, it's only 13 seasons. They only went that far, but you know, that's actually, is it 13? I watch all the Star Treks, but I forgot how many seasons it is anymore for one. But you gotta go in deep. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Then he changes his mind and says, "Nah, I'll do it." Hamazaki's like, "Yeah, I'll do it." But he's trying to convince Kiryu to go because the Tojo clan is the main plan of the Tokyo PD, who's colluding with the Ueno Seiwa clan at first. And Kiryu is one of the Tojo clan's legacy. And then now we get a slight cameo of all his kids from Morning Glory from Yakuza 3. They even have VOs here. This is where Hamazaki introduced himself. And then Haruka is still suffering from trauma from Hamazaki stabbing Kiryu. Yep. But eventually Kiryu at least reasons with Haruka and says, I can trust him. Like, Kiryu is like the goat when it comes to believing in people. She can't accept that because she knows that every time Kiryu has to trust someone, that there's a chance he'll die. He'll get betrayed by the people he trusts. Yeah, he knows it was nothing personal, yeah.
安心しな。
But it's difficult. I mean, you have, you know, like Haruka is 13 here. She's 13 years old, and it's like 14, 13 to 14, and she's been through a lot. And every time she's been around Kiryu, he was backstabbed by someone he trusts because he believes in the goodness of people, regardless of their circumstances. He would go to the ends of earth as long as they say they will turn over a new leaf. And he accepts the consequences of it. But it's more of a selfish thing, right? And Haruka keeps telling him that you can't do that. Like, I don't want to lose you. You're doing this because of your hubris, right? He's committed to that lifestyle, but Haruka doesn't want to lose him. So it's like a selfish reacting to a selfish thing. And in Yakuza 5, we know in 1.5 to 2 years later, in Yakuza 5, Kiryu ran, he called it running away, but he distanced himself and segregated him, like basically split himself from the orphanage and Haruka, so that it makes this thing, his principles and stuff doesn't come back to hurt Haruka. He was trying to do a cold break from Haruka. And at the end of Yakuza 5, we know that that couldn't happen. So like Haruka said, like, no, I can't. I have to be with Kiryu, who is now more or less her father figure. So at the very end of Yakuza 5, he basically finds him bleeding and almost dying. But she has finally found out and resolved that this is Kiryu's resolve. He will be in danger. He will endanger the people around him, including herself, but it's better than not spending time with him. Like, having the life that they, like, instead of breaking and avoiding the potential pain, is to embrace the pain. So that's how Yakuza 5 ended. We have no idea what happens after, like, because I haven't played Yakuza 6. But all this that's happening now is leading to the events of them being basically estranged from each other but still care about each other, to using all the events of Yakuza 5 to in terms of Haruka's development and Kiryu's development. They can't be apart from each other, no matter how painful it is. And that's kind of the idea. To draw a contrast of the meaningfulness of the last scene in Yakuza 5. Why it was just Haruka who ran, abandoned her career as a successful idol, right? A successful idol star to find Kiryu half dead, bleeding on the ground in the streets of Kamurocho, which is her worst nightmare. But the poetic nature of that scene was because she's now fully accepting that this is reality, but it's still worth the pain, the nightmare, the constant worrying. That's what makes life worth living, and that's so poetic. And that's kind of how life is. Like, Kiryu will forever be carrying the weight of his involvement in the Yakuza. You don't get a break. You just don't. Okay, so here they go to the police station. Hamazaki was going to turn himself in because Kiryu believes that I will help Saejima, which is Hamazaki's sworn brother now. And you can turn yourself in, serve the life, turn yourself around. You're not on death row. So, but just so happens as they're going there, they meet Yasuko, which is Saejima's sister. And they already know, like, she wants to go visit her brother before he dies because he's on death row. But the jail, the prison that she says he's in, or she's been told is in, doesn't exist. It's a private prison that makes people disappear, which we already know he broke out because previously you prison break out of it. So then Kiryu gets involved indirectly with everything because now this is where Kiryu and Hamazaki fills in Yashiko on what that prison was, that she's looking for a brother who she haven't seen for 25 years before he dies. And that brother is everything to her whole world and whatnot. So then they fill each other in, share the bigger conspiracy about the prison being funded and how it's all interconnected with what Kiryu did 4 or 5 years ago. All that, everything that started from the first game till now is involved in this story. So it's a bigger conspiracy. And then the guys from the Okinawa Penitentiary shows up, more or less, and we fight our way out. So the butthead is back. They're not the police, and they're not the local Yakuza. They're the special force security of that prison that they're trying to escape. But they have no they're just after Hamazaki and Yasuko. They weren't expecting Kiryu, so you know. Then in this scene, Kiryu tells Hamazaki to protect Yasuko while he takes care of business. Since you're playing Kiryu now. So we're just gonna kick their butts. And this guy is a butthead. Saito is a butthead. So he's always gonna be a butthead. And there we go. Wow. I need heat. I wanted the War God Talisman. Yep, stun lock for days. Yep. Oh, wait. Is it this guy? My guy. Please. Holy my guy. Alright. You and me. That's right. One-on-one now, buddy. Don't worry, he'll still be back. Music, man, music. Okay. Ow. Ow. I was trying to hit the guy with the nades. Doesn't help. Ow. And the head press. Oh my gosh, please. I'm getting wall bound to infinity. How's that for a headbutt? Right into the stomach. Alright. Sure. This might be sufficient. Okay. But to the crotch, yeah. It is to the crotch, depending on the height, you know? You know? Okay. Alright, buddy. Yeah, I don't think so. Yep. Oh. Whoops. I forgot he has a reversal. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh. I keep missing the reversal. Like the timing on the reversal. Yeah, like this. A use of furniture reminds me of Die Hard. Oh yeah, that's fair. So we kick his butt, but Hamazaki actually. So there's a really. Hamazaki entrusts Yasuko to Kiryu, but what we didn't know is Hamazaki got shot in the back somewhere in between now and just a while ago, and he ends up dying in the hospital on his road to redemption. Yeah, no hit run. Yeah, so this guy, he's finally finding his peace because he knows Kiryu and Saejima, which are two characters that are pure of heart and trusting and honor bound. So he protected Saejima's sister, which is right there, but and he was gonna turn himself in, but he dies here actually. He has an injury to his back, and then later you find out that he died in the hospital. Feels bad, man. In this game series, when a bad guy turns good, they often don't make it on their road to redemption. It's cut short.
いいから行け。
さあ、行こう。
俺も山になっちまったみたいだな。
And that's the last we see of him. He's legacy from Yakuza 3. It was one of the quote-unquote bad guys from 3. And now we're slightly taking a detour. This is Tanemura, and he gets to honor Sugeuchi and Hisai. Hisai was charged to killing Zhao, basically his friend, and his surrogate daughter. But instead, Hisai took his own life because he left a message for Tanemura that he had a change of heart because Tanemura is one of the good ones. And Hisai ended up committing suicide instead of following through and killing Zhao and his daughter. And then this is where Akiyama and Tanemura meets up again because they had the plan of trying to get Shigeuchi to incriminate himself. So while they're going about their thing, Kiryu finally returns, make his return after 3 years in Okinawa to Kamurocho. And then he noticed there's a lot of cops around, so things are bad happening. So what they first do is they always stop by the bar, which is New Serena, and say hi to Date-san, who is basically the mascot of this game. Serious. Right now, he's a journalist. Right now, Date-san is a journalist after losing his position in after quitting the police force.
いらっしゃい。
and he has a new squeeze.
久しぶりだな。
Mariko. Mariko is her name, and he calls her Mama. Because there's apparently a thing where you call the bartender or the owner, proprietor of a bar, the female person that's in charge, Mama. So you actually get to learn about his. Actually, in Yakuza 3, you learn about it, but now they're still together. So this is a callback to Yakuza 3. So usually your hideout is here. And Kiryu fills in Date-san because Date-san is a trustworthy person because they go way back. Pretty much every time they have to resolve something, Date-san is the end game. He's the guy who spreads the news, or he's part of the police force temporarily in some way. And this is where Yashiko talks about why she cares about her brother Saejima so much. Basically, Saejima is everything to her. He did everything he can to make her safe. And also, he's the reason why she's alive today. He was able to secure a kidney for her illness that would have taken her life a long time ago. And he basically joined the Yakuza for her sake. Or at least she thinks he joined the Yakuza for her sake. But Saejima actually joined also because of Sasai, the patriarch. The person who acted like a father figure to him.
そうじゃないとか、真犯人が別にいるとか、そんなのはどうでもいいんです。
Yeah, and all she wants is Taiga Saejima to be alive and free. This is where Kiryu says, I have a plan, guys. I need you guys to stay here while I take care of it. And what do the people he says that he trusts? Random stranger, Yasuko, just random stranger, who is ironically the sister of someone he kind of knows and already met, who also is a spiritual sister to one of his bros, Majima. He's gonna say, I have a plan, guys. Just stay put. I'll take care of it. And historically, no one listens. So while he's gone, he's basically Kiryu's gonna go out and look for signs of her brother, because we know her brother is in town, because you played as her brother. So we go out, you know, expecting her to stay put. She doesn't stay put. This is where, yeah, Date-san's like, he tells him that Saejima's here and that he raised a ruckus. He bumped into Majima, who is Saejima's sworn brother, which also Majima knows Kiryu really well, indirectly, because they're like bros. But before we do that, I'm gonna grab the War God Talisman. Oh, and we get a call back to Komaki, his master. Let's go. Can I get another one? No, I can't. Okay, fair enough. I was curious if I can get another one. I don't think we need Kiryu to have the War God Talisman. I was just curious you can get a second one. There was Yuya, but we're going to do the main, finishing our victory lap for the last achievement. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna encounter that Majima is getting arrested here. Majima's getting arrested here because Daigo asked him to get arrested. Because Daigo is pulling strings in the back, which isn't very much introduced at all in this game. It basically just got cut out of the game. At least that's how I interpret it. There wasn't enough room for Daigo to be spinning webs. But he is. It's implied that he is. So Majima is arrested. He gives Kiryu a message that he must protect Yashiko because people are after Yashiko. So, of course, what we do... Oh, this is where Daigo comes in. So, more about Daigo. Munakata, the corrupted police deputy commissioner, offers Daigo a bargain. He would remove the Yue no Seiwa clan, which is Katsuragi, completely demolish them, if he signs over the Tojo clan to be complicit with Munakata, which allows them to manipulate the prestigiousness of the police force by building legacy. So he would control the Tojo clan, get the Tojo clan to commit crimes, and then allow the Tokyo PD to take care of them. And it's organized crime again, but it's organized crime enforcement. So Munakata, as deputy commissioner, will have all the influence and power because they will have legacy. And they offer this by offering them, they'll remove their biggest rival, their biggest Yakuza rival, the Yue no Seiwa clan, from the table. And Daigo is contemplating that, but he actually ended up agreeing but not agreeing, and he plotted against Munakata as well. But it's not said in any of these scenes. It's just, you learn that later. So meanwhile, Katsuragi, the leader of the Yue no Seiwa clan, is gonna double cross Munakata, the police deputy commissioner that he's colluding with. And he thinks he's the guy in power, but he's not. He's basically getting cut loose because Katsuragi is no longer useful. Which is, this is where... So, Daigo probably gave up Saejima to Katsuragi because Katsuragi is still technically part of the Yakuza that the Tojo clan is organizing. So he gave up Majima, but he also didn't go out of his way to protect Majima or Saejima. And Daigo is the chairman of the Tojo clan, so he's kind of responsible for both of them. So that's how you might interpret this. And then Katsuragi here explains the hit from 25 years ago that Saejima did. He planned it all. He set him up the entire time. So that's Saejima, unfortunately. He always gets the short end of the stick. So now we go back to Kiryu, and this is one of the few scenes where Kamurocho is actually reigning again. But that's just a side note. Now we run back and hope that Yashiko stayed in place, right? Because Majima just yelled at Kiryu, was like, dude, Yashiko's in danger. Keep an eye on her. But when we get back here, Date-san was drugged by none other than Yashiko. And then Yashiko called Akiyama and Tanemura to help her find Saejima. But Kiryu is already doing that. And Akiyama and Tanemura has not met Kiryu yet. They know of Kiryu, but they don't know Kiryu himself. So now we're going out and we're chasing after Yasuko, which is being helped by Tanemura and Akiyama. But all three of them are helping Yasuko, or all three of them are trying to help Yasuko. And it leads to a scene where you, as Kiryu, beat the snot out of Tanemura and Akiyama at the same time in the sewers. You know? Just standard happens all the time, you know? These types of misunderstanding happens all the time. Wait, I'm not sure if... Can I just skip all this? No, I can't. I actually have to talk with the guy, the people that saw her running in order to trigger it. So let's head back. I was thinking, oh, here it is. Don't mind the immersion break where I skipped the checkpoint. Dang it. Essence of terror, why? Essence of terror. Doesn't work very well. Every single time. Nope. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. The heat action just doesn't work. Ooh. How's that going? How long has that been? And what does head mean? What are your responsibilities? Management? Couple of months now. You're doing it part-time? Is it like a management position, or do you like own? Are you like part owner or something in a brewery? Liquid noise, huh? That's kind of a fun turn of phrase on drinking. Liquid noise. I like it. Wait. I have to interact. There's another trigger point that I just skipped. There we go. Oh, you're in charge of brewery program. Okay. Seems like a very emotionally rewarding change of pace. Through the first 2 test patches. Nice. Well, that's certainly a way to convert your hobbies into another scale. Tanomura gives Tanomura gives Yasuko a gun, tell her to go on ahead, where she's running directly into a trap, directly into Katsuragi, and then meanwhile Akiyama and Tanomura delays the only person that can stop everything outside themselves. I'm glad to hear that. That's quite a development. John. Alright. Listen, Tanomura, I'm gonna need you to not hit me, please. Tiger Drop. Poor guys. Anyways, Kiryu moves along. Finds we get to Purgatory. Finds the florist really beat up. And the florist tells Kiryu that Yashiko was napped, abducted by Katsuragi, and now Katsuragi has both the Saijimas, Yashiko and Taiga, and now everyone's on the same page. All the peeps are on the same page. This is where Date and everyone gets caught up with Kiryu, because Kiryu is the one that's not This is Akiyama explaining how Kido probably figured out that he had 100 billion, like no, it's 100 billion yen right in a secret vault in his office, more or less. And he's telling him, he's explaining how he deduced that Kido did, which is quite elaborate. It was given away. He basically noticed that the book order was a little different, even though his place got ransacked. So basically Kido knew. And then now he's Akiyama's poor again. But Akiyama's like the guy that's filled with brimming with confidence, so it's all good. He gets filled in on the conspiracy of where the money came from and what they do next. So Kiryu is gonna say he's gonna offer to bargain the embezzlement and like the logbook to flush Katsuragi out, because the logbook is what connects Katsuragi, the police force, the police force corruption and the big setup, the murder charges on Katsuragi is connected to all of this. So Kiryu calls Katsuragi and offers him in exchange Yasuko, the two Saijimas, for the only copy of the ledger that incriminates Katsuragi and the police officer, Munakata, and the others. But the others are not alive anymore. Yep. There's actually a few callbacks in the discussion about Nishiki. Eh? So Kiryu finally says, I have a plan, and I leave. And the guys actually stay there. So what is Kiryu gonna do? The first thing he does, he fights an entire army. That's basically it. What does Kiryu do ever in his chapters? He just fights entire armies. You know what? I wonder if no. Oh, I could just take a taxi. Whoops. Dang it. I don't know if I need any like buffer for this. We'll find out. Poor guy. Okay. Don't mind me, officer. Just coming through. Yeah, I think we're fine here. Gotta avoid that guy though. So we're gonna go to Kamurocho Hills and basically dismantle the entire Ueno Seiwa clan single-handedly with his fists. Like, Daigo was offered the clan by Munakata, but all it took was Kiryu to walk right in and beat the daylights out of every single member of the clan. And that's how you solve the problem, you know? There's a guy with a gun, so we gotta take out that guy. Where did the gun go? I saw it for a moment. And I just lost all my HP trying to grab it because of action. Because of lack of action. Because you cannot out supersede the lack of action in this game. Oh, I can't do it. I was like trying to see if I can just exchange. Nope. Not a good exchange. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think you can exchange. So he's not active during that either. Nope. Not active. Okay. This is a very long sequence, so hopefully we don't screw the pooch. Walking into Kamurocho Hills now. Music though, music. Okay, that clinch basically just negated 3 of my inputs at a very non-opportune time. Whoop. Once again, clinching from 8 billion miles away. Oh, I just kicked the... No one saw that. I was really angry at that dummy. Hey. Oh, what the heck's with that delay? What the heck, dude? Okay. We're just trading, so not the greatest trade. Still taking chip damage, but you know. Here we go. More peeps. Just hope that we don't get wombo comboed. Okay. Okay. Off we go. Okay. Of course, tracking. Tracking is very powerful. Oops. Forgot to block. Oh, okay. Get out of my face. Okay. Hi. Okay. Oh wait, we don't want this gun because we're gonna walk into a boss which pretty much negates guns. Oh no, wait, never mind. We do want that gun. I was kidding. Oh no. This is the one where I need a gun. Where did I throw that gun? Just kidding. Give me this gun. You'll know in a moment. I keep forgetting this part. What? Oh no, it's not this part. Never mind. It's the next section with the shotgun. Yeah, this guy would just negate you, so. Ow. Ow. Ow, ow. Alright, alright, alright. Yep. He fires so rapidly, it's ridiculous. Yep. That's what I figured would happen in Legend. All they do is just spam over and over again. Can't even get up. I can't actually do anything about that. I'm actually legitimately just stuck. Yep. Yep. I can't even grab him to get iframes. Legit just stuck. Alright, at least that's one left. Yep. That's it. That's Yakuza in a nutshell. It's okay, he still has the shotgun on him. Yep. Just sit there. Instantly non-dodgeable. Instant non-dodgeable repeat over and over again. No way of doing anything but just to bounce back up. This is the thing I was talking about. I need to get rid of these guys. And then toss the shotgun. That's why we heal. And of course, it's not the end because there's more. Yep. I can't actually move. Like, I'm still stuck. Can't actually move. Still can't move. Yep. That's hit stunning for you. Couldn't do the heat action at all because they never stop attacking. Yep. Just constant wall bounding until we get rid of this guy. Yes, that's also possible. Missing point blank range for sure. Okay, and missing point blank range on the heat action as well because the guy is attacking. That too. Okay. Still not the end of the sequence. Still got more. Now the hallways. That guy is still alive? Are you serious? Dude. I saw his life disappear. What the heck, man? Wow. That was pretty cheap. Okay. There's a guy at the end. We gotta like utilize Essence of Terror a lot here. Oh, well, that's instant. Okay. I'm not sure if I wanna. I don't remember if I need this. Whoops. No? Yes? Whoops. Well. Okay. I don't know if I should go in there. I don't think I need to. Oh yeah, I do. Okay. Fair enough. Try not to get wall bound and OTK'd. Okay. Did I go in this one? No. This way. Ow. Still dazed. I literally died, almost died from complete stun lock over and over again. Wow, amazing. You're just casually swinging into, wow. Are you, holy, can you stop targeting him, please? Wow, I just lost so much HP off that. That is absurdly ridiculous. They were perfectly staggered. They have a perfect line of stuns. We would have had to do all that over again if we died. Okay. 8 billion light years away, but okay. I was trying to get a gun. Where did it go? Hello? What? Always getting cheap shots. Always getting getting debated by heat conditions. No guns. All right. We're not gonna take that risk. Sunlock is so possible right now. Yep. So much stun lock. All right, time for the dark room. Oh no, not yet. Okay. Just keeps going. Gotcha baited by a heat action. Pretty typical. Yep. 1-2 stun lock, everything stuns you all the days. Every single day is a good day for stun locking. Of course, when he attacks, he's completely active and not a legal target for that heat action. Okay. And the mission continues. Is this the dark room? Not the dark room. Yeah. Jump across. I think this is where we enter the dark room. Yeah. Oh, can't see. Instant stun lock. Yep. Stun lock. Still stun locked. Still stun locked. Alright. You might think it's over, but there's more. Oh, wait, I need the key. Give me this key. This one? I think we're gonna go after, definitely go after the gun first. We have to go after the gun. Oh, but that's gonna be really hard. That's not the right guy. Oh, it's the same guy? Oh, yep. Yep. Instant 30% of my HP because of wall bounding stun lock. And I can't target that guy because he's surrounded by all the other guys. Can't hit him because and I'm still wall bound. Yep. Yep. I guess one thing I have to note is there is a difference in legend mode. They're more aggressive. I'm still stun locked. I can actually lose here. Without getting rid of the guy with a gun. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 All right. And then this is where all the twist happens. Basically, we do the hostage exchange. Kiryu gives the ledger to Kido. And then Kido betrays, Katsuragi betrays Kiryu and tells Kido to kill Kiryu instead of trading honestly. And then Kido shoots Katsuragi instead. And then Arai shows up. And then Arai shoots Kido. And then we're done. Oh, and then Yasuko gets shot by Katsuragi. And then she shoots Katsuragi. And then she dies. And we're at the finale, which is basically just the 4 boss fights. This is where now Arai betrays Munakata. But Munakata actually betrays Arai because he gave him rubber bullets. Yep. So now we have to decide if it's better for Akiyama or Kiryu to have heat. Oh, and then Haruka tells Kiryu that Hamazaki died. And then Hamazaki left a message for both Kiryu and Saejima. And the message is that Tojo clan is their legacy. Akiyama reminisces at the loss of Yasuko. Kiryu and Saejima makes up their mind about the Tojo legacy. And then Akiyama presents his plan, which is to put all his money on top of the Millennium Tower to attract the big fish, or all the fish, and see who bites, which turns out to be Arai, Munakata, Kido, and Daigo, which Daigo was like a curveball because we really don't know that Daigo was plotting. It's more Yakuza 5 was more of a game that demonstrates Daigo's cunning. I actually don't think Akiyama benefits more from heat than Kiryu does. So we're gonna some recovery items on Akiyama actually. Let's see. I don't know what the healing item situation's like. Tanemura is fine. I think Saejima, we didn't really use any either. Kiryu? Huh? Let's put on some, like, some stuff? Where's decent in defense? Yes? That seems alright. Good enough. Okay. And now we save. And this is it. Final boss fights. It's not just one boss. It's 4 bosses. And we try not to screw the pooch. Actually, I find this a lot less because we've done this. We've done these fights before. They honor Yasuko. Walk down like the Avengers, and then all the fish comes out to play. Starting with Akiyama.
すごいね。俺に初めて出会った時から その覇気があってくれりゃこんなことにはならなかっただろうに。
もう時計の針は戻らないんですよ。
Blood Brothers.
後悔しても始まらない。
ああ、
Right.
来いよ。
Bosses change a lot less than enemies. Enemies are far more aggressive, but the bosses not as much. They're already aggressive, so it's less noticeable. In fact, bosses being aggressive is kind of helpful sometimes. It leaves them with more openings. Oh, that's that orbiting tracking. Oh, I can actually quick step cancel out of that. Yeah, I can quick step cancel out of his guard burst. Oh, I quick stepped in errantly. Yeah, these bosses are way more comfortable because we've done this so many times. Okay. Ito and Saejima?
秋山さんの店であの金を見たとき、チャンスだと思ったんです。冴島さん、俺に言ったじゃないですか。極道のチャンスは一度きりだって。俺は今感じるんです。今がまさにその瞬間だってことを。
そうか。なら俺がちゃんとお前の思い受け止めたるわ。
しっかりお願いしますよ。
ああ、手加減なし。死ぬかもしれへんけど文句言うんじゃない。ええな。
はい。
おいや、起動。
All right. Okay. Kiryu and Daigo.
来い。俺が登場界という大門の重さ、きっちり体で教えてやるぜ。
行くぞ、キリュウ。
Music, man. This track. Yep, that's one combo. That All right, main event. Kanemura.
やっぱり
This one though.
現場捜査の
I
時の
hope they're
感
not
覚
that aggressive.
数十年ぶりに味わってもらいましょうか。
やれ。こいつは早く殺せ。
That they take out all the guys that aren't
Yeah.
elite
胸方
first.
制しろ。お前の野望はここで終わりだ。覚悟しろ。
His smug face when one of his guards intercept this. Stupid smug face. Oh, it's a double finisher. Okay. The auto stand. Freaking auto stand on bladed weapons. Help. I wonder if you can throw them after this. The elite bodyguard. Oh, I can. Ow. It's okay. It's okay. We've already figured out our working approach to this. This was not even in this fight was not. None of the Requiem fights were part of the ultimate challenge, thankfully. Poor guy. We're just gonna break his hands until it's shredded into 8 billion pieces, you know? Okay. Alright. Oh, Munakata. Come here, you old butthead. You old butt cheek. Come here. Come here. Stop running, you old butt cheek. Come here, you old butt cheek. I'm gonna need you. Yo, come here. Ah. Come here. Wow. Alright. We did it. And then we all know what happens. No one decides to take it out on Munakata, and Munakata takes a shot at Akiyama, and then he commits suicide. And we're gonna watch this scene because this is a good scene. Hana-chan returning 2 weeks later to Akiyama. A cozy scene.
やっぱ40超えると人間長話が好きになるのかね。
I like it when she makes a sound like
ああ、すみません。お客さんでしたが。あ、どうぞどうぞ。あ、すみません。ここんとこずっと秘書の子がいなかったもんで。ダメなんですよね。自分一人だと整理整頓もできないみたいで。
ほんと、私がいないと何にもできないんですね、社長は。
え？君。
ただいま、秋山さん。
花ちゃん。どうしたの、花ちゃん。
What the heck happened to you?
痩せちゃって。
私も社長がそばにいないとダメみたいなんです。ずっとご飯が喉通らなくて。社長、私もう一回この店で雇ってもらってもいいですか？
花ちゃん。あ、そうだ。
え？
本来の特選焼肉弁当あるけど食べる？
え？
そろそろ花ちゃんが帰ってくるんじゃないかと思って買ってみたんだよ。そんなに痩せちゃったらお腹も減ってるでしょ？ね？
社長、もうちょっとは綺麗になったねとか言ってくれてもいいじゃないですか。
ああ、綺麗になったね。
ダメ、全然実感こもってない。で、ああ、私が整理しておいた顧客名簿、どうしてこんなにぐちゃぐちゃになってんですか？
なんでだろう。
もう社長、どうして私がいないとこうなっちゃうんですか？
ねえ花ちゃん、弁当いくつ食べる？たくさんあるけど。
それじゃあ3ついただきます。
Yeah, that scene kind of reminds me of those you know, like a Pixar film or something where you go through all this extravagant, crazy adventure, and then how do you end it? How do you end the you know end the movie, right? So you get that whole like, and life goes on. They're quaint, wholesome, but it just life goes on, and you get that little really funny, that funny warm feeling, the butterfly feeling like they're gonna be okay. They're just going to be okay, and it just pans away, and then we learn that Date and Kiryu, Date is gonna join the police force again, only to lose it immediately in Yakuza 5. But anyways, worth. And then when you see the credits, which we have to listen to this song. Alright, we gotta listen to this song one more time. It kind of recurs and get remixed, I think, in some shape frame. But this song is amazing. Oh wait. Okay. I was hoping to bring up something. Okay, okay. Alright, alright. I'm sufficiently satisfied. And then it shows Kiryu and Saejima at Tojo headquarters. Saejima takes on the banner of a patriarch of his own family, and it's implied that Kiryu was going to help out with the Tojo clan, but we find that out that he doesn't all that much. Oddly enough. Or it's inferred. We don't really actually know. Here's the X hard. Just waiting for the achievements to pop. And there we go. Alright, alright. Now it's time for some remark time, right? Okay. So let's mark this moment. Whoops. Okay. Is there a way? I'm kind of curious if there's a way to play music. Oh, this is where you do the costume changes. Really? No, it's not. What the heck is special game? Oh, special karaoke. Okay. Alright. Hold up. I'm gonna do one better. We're gonna so we can listen to that song, right? So let's see. maybe this one. Okay, let's try this one. No, no, we need something else. We need something else. I mean, it's actually kind of good. Okay, we'll let this play out. So, you know, what can I say about Yakuza 4, right? That I haven't already said 8 billion times over. So we're gonna need something succinct. Something succinct. So upon the day of this reviewing, right, we have done what I call the completion run, which is when we go after the Steam achievements. They sometimes involve 100%ing the game, or doing things that aren't part of the initial design, right? So, at the moment of this review, we have 100 complete. We have done our completion run of Yakuza 0, which required 100% completion. The RGG intended 100. Kiwami 1, which is the same. Kiwami 2, which is the same. And then Yakuza 4, Yakuza 3, also the same. But Yakuza 4, oddly enough, the Steam achievements didn't require us. It was about 40 to, it's around 40% is which includes all the sub-stories. I wanted to do all the mini games, pretty much all the mainline mini games, and not the gambling and stuff. So not the smaller mini games that we've done 4 times over. So that was a nice little breather. I don't necessarily think those required anything other than bootstrapping, except batting cages. I think we missed out on batting cages. I would definitely enjoy doing the batting most of the time, and golfing to some extent. So we have to keep that in mind. And then we also did this with a knowledge of Yakuza 5's main story quests. So we know that as well. And now, what can I say about Yakuza 4 that's unique to Yakuza 4? It is the first time they experimented with multiple characters, multiple perspectives, and what is brought with the multiple characters are multiple perspectives and multiple different angles of sub-stories. So they were compartmentalized. So the way they approach the multiple characters is that they're not using it to augment one character or one story, in which felt more like 4 mini Yakuzas. Each character has their own developed fighting strategy, their own unique themed, we'll call it a supporting mainline minigame, like that's thematically appropriate. And all of them had access to almost all the minigames. And then the mainline carryovers from Yakuza 3, like having a host and stuff, with the exception of Saejima, you still have all those experiences carried across all the characters. And even more so, they went above and beyond to give all the systems that were tested in Yakuza 3 Yakuza 3 to each of the characters. So this, what we can say is this highlights the beginning of what they streamlined in the next title, which is Yakuza 0, where they started doing the styles, and the styles became a streamlined elements of the characters. So you could make an argument that Yakuza 0 technically had 8 character systems, because there's 4 for Majima and 4 for Kiryu, However, they abandon by streamlining it the character perspective. And this game highlights a design that's I discussed a little bit earlier that is a little possibly divisive in nowadays, where it goes with the idea of there's something you're going to like, there's something you're going to dislike, but the whole idea is to bring together an ensemble of feelings, mechanics, ups and downs. It's topsy-turvy. It's way heavier on quantity versus quality. And what I mean about that is it's not that they sacrifice the quality of production. It's the perception of quality. So emotional quality tends to be an emotionally dependent form of review. So when you like a character, you tend to rate it with a higher quality. I mean, you might not, you can argue your sub and you can challenge me. You're more than welcome to challenge me. If you're not the person who thinks that you would rate something you like more higher than something you like less, of higher quality. And generally, when I think of quality, I think about the production costs, the time frame, the distribution of the game's design. And in this case, their quality was cleverly executed proportionally as much as possible. Each player needed a certain number of skills, a certain number of orbs, a certain number of levels, a certain number of sub-stories, a thematically appropriate mainline supporting a mini game that doesn't exclusive to all four, and then there's a collective of body of common things like gambling and stuff that is promiscuous, but those promiscuous things are legacied from Kiryu. So they decided to probably just basically said, hey, we have 4 characters, how do we divide all our systems and invent new systems for each of the characters, so the quality is consistent throughout the characters and the quantity is also held consistent. And in terms of, like, say a potential way to think about the quality as a whole is often at the expense of quantity, but in this case, RGG, a reflection of quality is how varied it is. So it's often now they're both connected, like much more so than many games. The higher the quantity, as in not more a lot of the same things. So we're not talking about like the Ubisoft effect where there are so many collectibles of one action that you can't complete them. It's how many different things we can jam into this game as a reflection of our production quality. Like how much time, how much effort. That is, so they, in my opinion, Yakuza 4, slightly gatekeeping here, I guess, have demonstrated that quality and quantity can be cleverly put together in a package that enables them to do both at the same time. To the point where I've been expressing throughout the game that this is a game where you sit down for a meal, like, right? Your body, soul, and mind requires, I don't know, whatever nutrients and spirit energy that it requires. Well, RGG was so pushed to the limit, in my opinion, probably to their executives, maybe Sega themselves, that whatever is in the game is like having just the right balance, just the ideal balance of mind, body, and spirit. I'm saying soul too because the whole like orb system eventually becomes body, tech, soul, and it might be spirit, heat, or something else. But so you sit down You get everything you need. And when I mean by everything you need, I'm not talking about you sit down and you eat, you shove your favorite food into your mouth over and over again. No, we're talking about a balance. We're talking about me going through the Kiryu section, getting stun locked to smithereens, and then eventually that stun lock goes away, and then you pulverize the people to. I've done this mini game a couple times and I've screwed up, and it's really, I need to get this mini game down to, all right, this easy clap. I spent 5 minutes, one take these things, and then suddenly I'm sitting here 6 hours bootstrapping through a section just to beef up my stats, right? All that stuff, ups and downs, everything. It's a great reflection of what their legacy is up to this point in this series. It's a snapshot of what it's like to be a human, a fictional human character. In fact, 4 fictional characters. You have your daily goings, your gambling, so it's all the ups and downs. It isn't just, I love this combat and I want a game only dealing with this combat and everything is focused on this combat. That's all I want. There are plenty of games like that. This is not one of them. And it's all the stronger for it. It basically carved a niche that many games cannot touch anymore. Perhaps in the future, some other games will take the risk and do their own version with one big asterisk. If RGG becomes mainstream enough, perhaps that will encourage other developers to take that risk. But again, Yakuza 4 doesn't represent, at the moment, the modern standard RGG design. I've yet to move past the postmodern age of RGG, which is Yakuza 6 and on. So I'm at the cusp. My only taste of the postmodern times is at the interface, which is Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 2, that trickled down a lot of the systems from Yakuza 6. And yes, it is substantially different in design language than Yakuza 4. I think Yakuza 4 is a rare breed that is not attractive in the mainstream at the moment, but certainly worth a play to understand the richness in this time in video games. In fact, it's kind of a great realization of an older style of games that I used to play, like Suikoden, where it's just lots of characters. It's all about the characters. The core gameplay, like the mechanical gameplay that people associate with like timing and whatnot, that's way out the window. In fact, Suikoden is a turn-based game, and it has micro sim characteristics. All the characters you recruit has a story. The whole story creates the town. The whole town and castle is your domain that you create with role-playing characters. We're not talking about like randomly generated character tunes like a tycoon game or a like a management game. We're talking about fully written characters, and those are called the character collector games, and which now are more or less like reduced to, in my opinion, creature collector games like Pokemon, popularized by Game Freak, which you collect the creatures and the creatures are used as tools to augment the core mechanics. But there was another time, another period in gaming when it was very popular to have fully written characters as the things you collect. No longer did it took away the need to create sentimental like connection to the creature by personifying it to you. Like, oh, this Pikachu's gone through a lot because I've always had the Pikachu before. No, that character that you collected, the 100th character you collected, has a sub-story. And they should be called sub-stories because that's what RGG is doing. The sub stories, all those character names, every character name, and I can't remember most, like I can't remember a lot of them. But when they come back, you know they come back. It's so many names. I would say right now I'm juggling like 60 to 70 names right now, and I reckon there was at least 100 of them. So legacy, and it's a legacy, legacy, legacy. So the deeper you go into it, the deeper you cannot get back to the opening gates anymore. I can no longer undo when someone asks me, what do I think about of the Yakuza series so far? That is 5 games in the span of 3 months. And I cannot form a single sentence description anymore. I'm so deep behind the gates that I can't undo or unknow enough information to ever feel what it's like to have a game that is so superficial, in my opinion, superficial intellectually, where all it is mechanics. So is this gonna hurt my interpretation of games in the future? My personal feelings, probably for a little bit as I detox from Yakuza, but it's a game that the longer you play, the more attached you become to it. And not in the sense of you as a player, but you as a content consumer. Because this game series, especially 4 and definitely 5 so far, is what we call the like endless content. Like, it's the content, the completionist's dream. Everything you complete, it just feels like it's never ending. And never ending in the sense that you're not grinding the same thing. You're not reaching grinding state where like, oh, I just need to get this one more take. You're constantly doing more things, not the same things. And yes, there is a bit of like, yeah, you can do the combat a really long time, but it's constantly changing. Like, it's just constantly changing. And if you choose to do the combat, in fact, I actually avoid the redundancy. So like, you find clever ways to avoid the combat, and that's actually just another facet of the combat. With all that, while you're sobering up from this great meal, right? This meal has everything. It has things that make you angry, things that make you perk up. It's too sour sometimes, then it gets too bitter, and then it becomes super sweet. All this stuff, you get this perfect meal. It's so exact, like cut so regulated, because there's just no room. There's just not enough room anymore to cook more things and to get more, you know, groceries. Complete meal. And after you complete the meal, as I said earlier, the analogy is, now you want a boba tea, or you want a cake, or you want something extra, you know? You want to hit the pub and get, I don't know, a sweet drink or something. And it's not available. It's just not available. Like, that's it. The game runs out. So, it's a game that is inundated and prioritize quantity over quality, or actually simultaneously elevating the both, but prioritizing quantity. It leaves you feeling like, I want more. I just want more of everything. And there's an end to it. That's what makes this game unique. Like, it's not you want more of Yakuza 4. You want more of the things in Yakuza 4. And like, I would say 75% of that stuff you want more of. But it's not because you want more of the game as this generalized nebulous package. You can name the things you want more of. Because you don't get a lot of everything. You don't get too much of everything. I would argue you get too little of everything. But
it's sufficient because of the reality of cost and production. Like, I want to hear Daigo's story. Daigo's in there. Didn't make the cut. Just didn't make the cut. I want to see Hamazaki's last moments. What the heck was Hana-chan doing when she was gone? Right? The list just keeps going. And all you can say to yourself is, okay, you can use your imagination because they trimmed off all the things to meet production costs and time costs. If this game was remade, it would still be difficult to make it today with the standards and whatnot. In fact, Yakuza 4 would become Final Fantasy Remake. It would be Yakuza 4. I would just hot take. Yakuza 4 Kiwami Phoenix would be Akiyama's chapter. It would be Yakuza 6 and on. It would be a 40-hour to 80-hour game featuring just Akiyama. And then 4.2 would be Kiwami 4.2 would be the Iron Tiger, the Iron Fisted Tiger, which would feature Saejima. Because the natural progression is that they have 4 included standalone characters in the same game. And it would be a disservice, in my opinion, to do less. To streamline for the sake of mainstream appeal, to streamline and make all the characters more cohesive instead of expanding them. Because, so what, as a testament to the sentiments, you want 4 separate games with the 4 characters. Technically 3, because Kiryu continues to be the core, right? So you want a Saejima standalone game. You want an Akiyama standalone game. You want a Tanemura standalone game. To those who want them. But because it is also the modern age of requirements and expectations, the ones that you don't want detracts from the game. So for me, it's the whole deal. I can hate something, but it's in the package, it's great. That's what they're there for. They're different characters. There will be characters you don't like and characters you do like. And that's the balanced meal. You got to eat your vegetables with your carbs. I know how much carbs taste great, but you still got to get your, you love your chicken and your steak and whatnot, but you got to get your veggies too. You got to get your fruits. That's kind of how I describe Yakuza 4. Okay, let's go with objective highlights. Just objective highlights. We had around 70 sub-stories. Nailed it. Great volume. I mean, coming from Yakuza 3, more chicken for your pork. Yakuza 3 had a short MSQ with lots of info dump, and then it had over 100 sub-stories, but the sub-stories revolved around one character, so the perspective stays the same often. But this game, largely evenly, 16, 16, 16, and 15, Saejima having 15, spread across the 4 characters. Honestly, 70 of each character, but 15 is the ones they've written, everything was different. There's no redundancy, there's no repeated themes. There's repeated themes between the characters, but the joy of that is you have the different character perspective on similar situations, and they chose 4 very interesting ways to go about it. And the things that stuck out to me most is the ones that are fundamentally different. Akiyama's business sense in a sub-story, highlight. Easily highlight. It breaks the tandem, like the legacy of Kiryu's theme stories. Tanemura is the first cop. Mainline cop. So his things, actually, even more so, Tanemura is multilingual. And because of his multilingual, which is also kind of implying that he might be multinational too, that idea makes him distinct. Saejima gives you a different perspective off Kiryu, but also having a comparable character. So while they offer two characters that are completely in contrast with Kiryu's legacy, they offer another character that grounds a different perspective on Kiryu's convictions. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but to me it was brilliant. Because if you had three different characters, you wouldn't have the variety that comes with comparing and contrasting, in my opinion. You would be fetching for like, oh yeah, well, something new doesn't also feel familiar, but that came in the sense of Saejima. And and this is where the peak design of the mechanics is also a highlight. The combat mechanics that people focus on when it comes to video games, this is the beginning of the peak. The thing with multiple styles, multiple playstyles throughout the game, so the playstyles don't stagnate, right? This is the peak. So this is the beginning of that. So that's the highlight. This is where the styles came from. That great interwoven stance, style changing of Kiwami 1 and Yakuza 0. This is where it started. And it's fantastic. But I actually think this won me over even more because it's attached to the story, the theme of the characters, and everything else in their chapter. And from what we know about Yakuza 5, it continues that. They did 5 characters, and they're all themed and legacy those systems. So, and then they streamlined and more or less reduced the number of characters. So it reduced the dynamics and variety of storytelling and whatnot for the sake of a more cohesive, intimate experience, which is far more mainstream appeal. So the highlights, the peak of their combat system so far, which leads to really great turn-based style gameplay, just so you know, because turn-based gameplay makes it so that the focus is on the thematic power and statistics and mechanics. Contrary to what people believe, mechanics isn't just a physical input, it's also an intellectual one. So their attempt to expand with characters with different mechanics, turn-based goes a long way. So this is where it all starts. That's the highlight. It's great. They continue to refine it and streamline it in a different way. But this is the ground zero. And that's one of the highlights, so you can know where it all started. I love the another highlight is the multi-perspective. Multi-characters, multi-perspective. One thing that can be a detraction is legacy. Because Yakuza 4 story is built upon... It's incredibly heavily built upon the other games. So a potential detraction as a standalone product is it rarely will be able to stand on its 2 feet, its own 2 feet, when it comes to the main story quest, or a lot of the sub-stories as well. So it is a more of a like a later seasoned show thing. Like for example, you can't watch it's a type of show you can't watch season 6. You can't just pick it up anywhere. This is a one that you do not start on this. This is not a starting game. It is not a primer to anything. It is a primer to legacy. Everything in this game represents legacy. All the mini games, all the sub stories, characters, systems, cabaret club, like all those systems, even the core gameplay that people refer to as the combat is the core gameplay. And all the conspiracies, the twist, everything is built on the legacy. So it can be a home run for those who legacied into Yakuza 4. It is an absolute obtuse amount of eccentricity. I would say 30 to 40% of it's esoteric. But the other 16 is very moving. You can kind of pick up on the baggage, the emotions. But that's one of its weaker spots because this is a gatekeeping game. It's one that the gatekeepers absolutely love, but you need to have enough legacy to get through the gate to appreciate it. And that's a fair exchange for its long legacy. Music is great. I would still say it still hasn't been refined, like as refined, but it is the start. Like this is where, in my opinion, the music starts taking off. Like it's definitely, I even think Yakuza 0 might be a step back. Because of it was very focused. The music is very centralized, but it's still really varied just in terms of standards because of the multiple stories, multiple characters. There is a lot of flexibility in themes, right? What does a Saejima theme sound like? What does the Akiyama theme sounds like? As opposed to just Kiryu and Majima, which inherently they have very similar feels because they overlap a lot. They overlap in the sense that their experience is made to be, they're very different characters, but they also experience those similar things through a different lens. And a lot of times the themes are very cohesive. It's very harmonizing. In Yakuza 4, it's very everywhere, and it's great. And right now, what's playing in the background is a sample of Yakuza 4's OS original soundtrack. It goes even hammer in Yakuza 5. Like, I think actually at the moment, just hearing some of the samples, Yakuza 5 is peak. But this is where it begins. And everything comes with like the structure of the game. The structure of the game informed their design and their vision. It's unfortunate, in my opinion, in retrospect right now, looking at Yakuza 0 and how they remade Kiwami 1 and 2. They preserved the idea of centering around a primary character and usually not extending beyond 2 characters. And that is something that's so iconic, in my opinion, to organized crime and like detective stories and things of this nature. But I see where they're going with that. They later on we'll probably talk about the later games, but they kind of did it in a different way now. It's kind of, instead of having Yakuza 4 with 4 characters, they typically have Yakuza 4 main game, then they introduce a second character in that same like period. So they're doing it in like a modular sense, like, hey, this game is really popular, we have backups. Here's the second character that's in that game, but now you play as that character, right? So they're compromising. They're, in a way, even being a little bit more safe. This game is not safe. They took a gigantic risk of subdividing their fan base, but I am on board. Personally, I'm absolutely biased. I'm crazy on board with high risk game design like this, where you take a gamble that any one of those characters that they released in this game will make someone stop playing the game. Like that's emotional risks that they're taking. So no, I don't think Yakuza 4 is a mainstream game. I don't think it will ever be a mainstream game, sort of. But you know, the future is a mysterious place. It could change. So let's try to cap on philosophy. Like let's say I highlighted some of the things I really enjoy, right? Or I think the highlights of this game. Now let's talk about like some of the understanding of the current market, right? Yakuza 4 was remastered post 2019. So it's actually very recent. If this would be something that shows up on Xbox, it's probably still on Xbox Game Pass. So there is exposure for this game. But in the light of what following like Summerfest, E3s, not E3s, sorry, like Game Awards and all the accolades and how critics, like the patterns of critic responses and sampling like viewer responses and like different platforms, Steam and whatnot. My general consensus, without going through all of it, is that Yakuza 4 is going to miss more than it hits for most people. Because the games nowadays, when it comes to reception, is the game is only as good as its worst quality. So when a game that takes risks is when you have too many things that can be the worst thing about a game. Now, you could say they were going, this design would guarantee them an average score, which I would probably say they do, because you're going to like something, you're going to dislike something. However, we live in a period where the worst thing, depending on where it is, would cause the product to score under what the average is. So, to get this game design, I would say in this day and age, designing a game like this, they would have to start with their best, their most safest thing, by reading the audience, right? And taking more risks as the game goes, so that it allows the game to play out more of it. And that will ultimately normalize out to like an average score. And in that way, it's actually less risky than putting all your eggs in one basket. But Yakuza 4 is also a legacy series, right? What do other legacy series do? They all in on comfort and pandering. So you don't stray away and you don't take many risks. So that's how the current standard does. Like, hey, we got a core mechanic system that works really well. Let's stay comfortable and tweak it a little bit. Enough that if it goes wrong, it comes out an 8 out of 10. If it's like, if we all in and it feels comfortable and that new thing nails it, we get a 9. You won't hit a home run like 11 out of 10 or the best game ever made, but we also don't get dumpstered to 4s, right? And this design, you could say, you're gonna average out to like a 6 or a 7, because the mix of bags, some people are gonna stop playing because of they hate Tanomura's guts. They're gonna, another person is gonna play like Real Men Don't Cry. They hate Saejima, that kind of thing, right? So there's a lot of things in this game that will cause it to average out. Some you like, some you don't. And personally, because of that, it's the charm. And now I'm gonna spin it for my personal take. It will not be getting Game of the Years, right? This design will not be getting Game of the Years. It will likely not sell very well, like overall, because you're averaging. It will sell average. It won't knock it out of the park. There will be haters, there will be likers, and then there will be indifferent people. Just people who's like, pass, I don't have the urge to play it, nor do I have the urge to boycott it. And all of that, seeing all of that, which still stays consistent about Yakuza 4, outside of gatekeeping, right? Like, gatekeepers love this. It's like playing the 13th visual novel game in a long-running visual novel game. You already know what you're buying. You already loved it before you buy it, kind of thing. And they've set the standard for that in this game. But because it scores average and there's like mixed feelings and all that stuff, that is its charm. That is why I love this game, in my opinion. I really like this game because it represents that. It represents a snapshot into actual dynamic characters that aren't completely characterized and easily summarized by one sentence. Like FromSoft games. Main character goes burr with weapons. That's it. That's it. This boss is cool and hard. That's it. It doesn't do that. How do I explain the main character of Yakuza 4? Which main character? And then you start going. Like, it's very difficult to summarize. You can't just summarize it with one sentence. So that's the greatness, in my opinion. So let's try to like give it a summary score as usual. It is a 7 game to the modern audience. Not my personal take on it. I would say it's probably around 7 to the modern audience. A little bit of a hot take. It probably gets a higher score than a 7, slightly. It gets an 8 because it runs really well. There are no bugs, no optimization issues, no hiccups, no crashes, and it has a low requirement, and it probably runs well on all your cloud gaming services and whatnot. So maybe like a 7.7, right? 7.7. It's no shortage of content, but unfortunately, that actually works against this game because that content is not consistent. So when someone asks, does it have enough content? They mean only the content they care about. Yakuza 4 has no shortage of content. It's the most content you can get as a bundle. Like they sell the remastered collection. Inherently, this game is like, what is its value? Like, I'm gonna say 30 hour, maybe, we're gonna say like $10, 10 hours to the dollar. Like $10 gets you 100 plus hours. Its value proposition is off the charts in terms of quantity of content. But the idea is there's a big asterisk to content. Most gamers these days, like the big ones, like the what makes them stick around is it's the very specific content that they count as content. So not all content is treated equal. Like in fact, while my playthrough to Yakuza, rarely have I ever heard people talk about the other aspects of Yakuza in general that constitutes like 80 to 90% of my playtime. They specifically focus on the content that only represents like 10 to 20% of the game time. So yes, this would be considered one of those that lose points for content that's relevant to the consumer. It's content relevant consumerism. That's, for me, I'm looking for this. I don't want something that is made for me. I want them to convince me that I need it. And they did. So personally for me, it's a potpourri of so many feelings. I got frustrated before. I heard myself literally complaining and making the same comment over and over again. To, yeah, I feel like I just dumpstered something. Or like so many emotions, so many memories, to the point where if I'm playing this game again, I wouldn't cut out any moment. Because every moment is just everywhere. And that's great. Instead of feeling like the thing like, oh, don't worry guys, I gotta get to phase 2 in a boss for like the 30th time in a row. Because, you know, like, I have to get there. I was like, okay, well, watch me wait for me to get there. It's like, yeah, no, you know, not really. I don't think there's any task, especially in Yakuza 4, that I've done ad nauseum to the point where I stop registering that I'm actually trying to do them. And this one is exceptional because I didn't have to do the mini games, but I don't mind playing Mahjong or Shogi and stuff. Like I actually enjoy that. So personally for me, this echoes Yakuza 3 in a bit. Yakuza 3 had a lot of potential ideas, and they left a lot of potential on it, and I gave it an 8 out of 10 for my personal score. And then here, all those potential has become realized in Yakuza 4 and then some. Having multiple characters was something that didn't look like that's what Yakuza was setting up to do, Yakuza 3. So they did one up. They not only realized all the potential of Yakuza 3 and their systems, they streamlined those systems only to introduce a new layout, and it knocked it out of the park. So with that, again, it's the dessert thing, like getting more of everything, and it feels like potential was left there, but it doesn't feel as rough anymore, where like I want this to be developed. It's developed super well, like it's already developed well. It's just more writing, more of it. So it's more of established things. So this is why I would give it a 9 out of 10. And the reason why, one of the biggest reasons, and spoilers, that I would say this is 9 out of 10 is because Yakuza 5, they still didn't go through refinements. They continued to deliver on that more from Yakuza 4. So it's a kind of a spoiler, but there's a really good chance it will knock it apart in a different way that Yakuza 0 did. I gave Yakuza 0 a 10 without reservation at all. But it is a very different 10 than likely my experience with Yakuza 5 eventually. But 4, it's there. I can see it, but I can see also how much it cost to make, how long it took to make, what their schedule is. But it's just, there's so many things in this game for someone, but there are very few people who would like it as an entire package. So it's a 7. I would say at least 70% of people will like 70%. And by what I mean is people will like 70% of the game on average. There will be 30% that's just, heck no, not worth my time, not worth my money. There will be a very few, and in that other, and it drops even lower. Like I would say only 10 to 15% of people would actually agree with me that it gets a 9 out of 10. Because I liked almost all of it. Actually, I would say I like pretty much all of it. What is not there is why it gets a 9 out of 10. What is not there. Not what is there. What it could have been there. So that's a big stretch. But I don't usually go through this line giving high marks for my personal take. So 7.6, maybe like 0.6 points for the no bugs and stuff nowadays that are plaguing modern titles. 7.6 for like the current mainstream demands. And personally, a 9 out of 10. Without reservation. And with that, we cap off the moments. Cap off the moments for Yakuza 4 completion. And then we'll be back another time to start our completion run for Yakuza 5 and dabble in the main story quests, MSQ only, of Yakuza 6. And we're finally going to transition into the post Dragon Engine days. I'm looking forward to it. All right. Until then, as always, stay safe, stay healthy, go get that net positive mindset. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. See you next time. Bye.